Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have an established quorum, so we will proceed. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Monday, July 17, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Invited testifier, Ms. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner Nominee, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Block 2, VI Housing Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Robert Graham, Chief Executive Officer, VI Housing Authority. Block 3, VI Taxi Cab Commission. Invited testifier, Ms. Vernice Gomes, Executive Director, VI Taxi Cab Commission. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning again to the viewing and listening audience and those that are here in the chambers with us today. This morning, we will hear from the Department of Property and Procurement team, and later on we'll hear from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. All will provide testimony and answer questions in support of their 2024 budget that was sent down by the executive branch. I'm going to ask the testifiers to state their name and title on the record. But before we do that, I have to share or just congratulate Mrs. Lisa Alejandro for passing the Rules Committee. I apologize for not being here. I was off island, but you know that you are near and dear to me. So I know that you will do an excellent job once you pass the entire body, and I am definitely here to support you in any way that I can, you and your team, of course. I think that the governor has chosen a real procurement leader to serve as the procurement commissioner and a humble leader. So I want to congratulate you before you even get the final vote. So we're going to move on. But I don't mean that we're going to ask you tough questions today as it relates to your 2024 budget. And so we're going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, and then you could decide what direction you want to go with your staff, as from your left or from your right, as to who would put their name and title on the record. So you may proceed with doing that now.
Good morning, Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner Nominee, the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good morning.
Please recognize the mics of the testifiers. We're having getting some feedback.
Good morning. Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. Good morning. Krithima Edme, Deputy Commissioner of Procurement.
Good morning, Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Division of Printing and Property.
Good morning, Magdalene Moranzi, Chief Legal Counsel.
Good morning, Shamila Richardson, Director of Human Resources.
Gerda D. Sebastian, Administrator, Fiscal and Personal Services.
All right, thank you. Do you have anyone that's on Teams with us today?
No, Senator.
Okay, good. So you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Honorable Novell E. Francis, Jr., Vice Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Other honorable committee members, members of the 35th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, and all other persons in the listening and viewing audiences. I am Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner nominee of the Department of Property and Procurement. With me today in chambers to provide testimony on the department's proposed fiscal years 2024-25 budget are the members of the department's leadership team. The DPP team is pleased to provide testimony in support of the executive branch proposed operating budget for the department for FY 2024-25. And we thank this body for the invitation to present. I begin by thanking the employees of the Department of Property and Procurement for their sustainability to carry out their duties to our people with pride and selflessness. The long hours you contribute to supply the demands of our government and the public is inspiring and noteworthy considering the department's challenges. I salute you and thank you for your perseverance and continued dedication. As we reflect on the global turbulence of the past few years, one word defines our present state: change. And those standing in the trenches of uncertainty must weigh the balance between efficiency and resilience. This is the present-day business normal of the Department of Property and Procurement. Our efforts towards balancing efficiency and resilience rest on embedding technology as one aspect of fostering government-wide change. Remaining on the frontier of reimagining business operations is our greatest priority towards addressing the government's current needs while adapting to market conditions. Therefore, identifying, recruiting, maintaining the appropriate staff is paramount to addressing stalemate laws and policies that impede growth and productivity. Today, we will justify our FY 2024-25 budget request in support of our continued goal of creating a paradigm shift in the improvement of government operations through the implementation of new business solutions and change practices. The Department of Property and Procurement was established pursuant to Title III, Sections 211 to 221, and operates pursuant to Title 31, Sections 151 to 169, Sections 201 to 205, Sections 231 to 251, and Sections 281 to 283 of the Virgin Islands Code and the corresponding rules and regulations. The department's mission is to administer a sustainable, value-based system of procurement and property management, focus on fostering stakeholder relationships, incentivizing technology, furthering process improvements, and building public trust. This manner of business extends to ensure operations are conducted efficiently, transparently, and fairly. The department has general management and control over 4 primary areas: the acquisition and procurement of all property and non-personnel services, the management of the government's real property and assets, the operations of the government printing office, and the acquisition of all motor vehicles within the executive branch's fleet. The Department of Property and Procurement responsibilities include providing operational and managerial service to the executive branch agencies and to generate revenue in the areas of property management. The tasks are accomplished through 4 core divisions and associated units: the Division of Fiscal and Personnel Services, the Division of Property and Printing, Division of Transportation, and the Division of Procurement. Additionally, the department supports the territory's emergency response efforts as the lead for ESF 1, Transportation, and EFS 7, Resource Management. The general fund request is in the amount of $13,759,829, which represents the same level of funding received for our FY 2023 operations. They cover personnel services in the amount of $2,773,915 to cover 29 filled exempt positions in the amount of $1,936,500, 15 filled classified positions in the amount of $635,715, 4 vacant exempt positions in the amount of $158,700, and 1 vacant classified position in the amount of $43,000. Fringe benefits is funded at $1,302,088. Operating supplies is funded at $426,940. Utilities are funded at $400,000. Other services is funded at $8,856,885. And included in other services is $7,357,300 to cover the costs associated with the government's property insurance program. Once mandatory operating costs such as personnel, fringe benefits, utilities, and insurance are satisfied, the department's actual operating budget from the general fund is in the amount of $1,926,526. The operating budget request for fiscal year 2024 under the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund is $4,839,130. The Business and Commercial Fund represents the department's major revenue generating source. Monies in the fund comes from the department's rental activities. The requested amount for FY 2024 covers the following: personnel services in the amount of $2,680,885 for 32 filled exempt positions in the amount of $1,985,300 and $332,435 for 8 classified filled positions. There are 5 vacant exempt positions budgeted at $288,500 and 2 vacant classified positions at $74,650. Fringe benefit is budgeted at $1,205,363. Operating supplies is budgeted at $173,000. Other services is budgeted at $679,882. And utilities is budgeted at $100,000. The department's FY 2024 request for the indirect fund is $185,000. Expenditures in the amount of $97,393.23 from this fund is as follows. Operating supplies in the amount of $8,138.88. Repairs and maintenance supplies, the amount of $218.85. Acquisition of small tools and minor equipment at $23,132. Training in the amount of $65,903.50. The remaining funds, where allowed, will be utilized for future employee training activities and the acquisition of operating supplies. The amount of the non-appropriated funds for FY 2024 includes the following. Central Motor Pool Fund, in the amount of $760,000. Central Warehouse Fund, in the amount of $920,000. Gasoline Coupon Fund, in the amount of $1,500,000. And the Printing and Production Fund, in the amount of $500,000. The department has 84 active full-time employees. 48 employees work in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 36 employees work in the St. Croix district. Currently, 23 are in classified service, and 61 employees are in the exempt class of service. The department completed salary adjustments for all 17 employees in the United Steelworkers Masters Union based on the USW Masters contract effective October 1, 2022. These employees were paid on their years of service instead bargaining union. In addition to this increase, retroactive wages were also paid to all 17 employees. A total of 2 employees were promoted in the department, and a total of 8 were hired, which include 4 in the Division of Procurement, 3 in the Division of Property and Printing, and 1 in the Division of Transportation. This fiscal year, the department lost 9 employees, 1 to retirement and 8 to resignations. The department prides itself in encouraging ongoing workforce development, thus allowing employees to enhance their skills and increase their knowledge and competencies towards mastering their respective crafts. During fiscal year 2023, DPP employees in the procurement division amassed over 50 course completion certificates through the department's membership with the National Association of State Procurement Officials. Similarly, all employees in the Division of Transportation continues to undergo NAFA Fleet Management Association's Fleet Discipline Certificate Program. In playing our part in building the future labor force of our territory, the department is a proud host site for the Summer Youth Work Experience and Training Program, sponsored by the Department of Labor. This year, DPP hosted 16 summer interns and 1 LIFT summer intern. Our FY 22 auto mechanic was recently hired as a full-time auto mechanic within the Division of Transportation effective June 5th, 2023. This is our second consecutive year where we onboarded one of our interns to full-time employee status. Currently, the fiscal unit is understaffed with 6 employees, 4 employees who work in the St. Thomas district, 1 employee on St. Croix, and the administrator who works territorially. Ideally, the unit should be staffed with 2 program managers and 1 collection agent to assist the department's collection activities for the Business and Commercial Properties unit. Despite a small staff, the fiscal unit continues to make rental collections a part of its daily duties and responsibilities. In January of this year, one employee was assigned full-time to address collections through telephone calls, emails, and site visits. The Division of Property and Printing administers a comprehensive leasing program which manages the day-to-day real estate operations on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, acting as its landlord and leasing agent. Notably, the property team is made up of 15 employees territory-wide, administering an impressive real estate portfolio valued at $1.2 billion, owned by the executive branch. All members of the property team abide by the Institute of Real Estate Management Code of Ethics and have been duly trained and obtained certificates in lease negotiations, management of commercial properties, and facility management best practices. The Business and Commercial Unit oversees lease negotiations, processing and leasing administration for all property the government leases to the public. Currently, the unit provides property management services to 161 tenants and 35 vendor permittees. The business and commercial rental roll is valued at $3,781,739.76 annually, with revenues deposited into the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund. In FY 2022-23, the Business and Commercial Unit processed 13 lease applications, conducted 1,187 monthly property inspections, and executed 30 leases valued at $456,748.80. Currently, there are 35 pending leases with a pre-negotiated value of $8,690,680 throughout the term of the leases. The Space Management Unit manages 190 executive branch leases on behalf of 34 agencies spanning 632,091 square feet of privately owned commercial space, parking, telecommunications, and storage space. Collectively, these leaseholds are valued at $9,693,639.58 in annual expenditures. Space management lease expenditures have grown considerably since Irma and Maria, as various departments and agencies temporarily relocate from government-owned buildings to lease office space to complete their disaster recovery-related repairs. We anticipate a reduction in space management expenditures as more GVI disaster recovery projects are completed and government properties come back online. During FY 2023, the Space Management Unit processed 15 leases and renewals valued at $1,796,519.49, and another 68 leases and storage agreements in the pipeline with a negotiated value of $4,600,695.96. With the implementation of the electronic solution, DPP's property, fiscal, and legal teams receive training in the MRI property software modules. The system is currently 50% implemented, with anticipated completion by December of 2023. Our FY 2023 summer interns have cataloged property records to include property data, photos, proof of ownership documents, survey maps, floor plans, map geolinks, and GPS coordinates. This information will be inputted into our MRI real estate portfolio in the upcoming months. Once fully implemented, the MRI platform will provide DPP with a comprehensive overview of all government property management and leasing permitting activities within the Department of Property and Procurement, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, Department of Public Works, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. Lastly, in April 2023, the department celebrated ribbon-cutting ceremonies of the Emancipation Garden Vendors Plaza and the renovation of 48B Norregata, now known as the Visitors Welcome Center, culminating the completion of the projects through collaborative efforts between the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Planning and Natural Resources, and the Department of Public Works. The new Visitors Center includes public restrooms and an ATM, improving conveniences of local and visitors alike. These two projects address decade-long public concerns and provide a renewed vibrancy that complements the aesthetics of the Charlotte Amalie waterfront. As the department worked to complete occupancy of the 64 kiosk units in Vendor Plaza, efforts were made to offer legacy vendors first rights of selection, and a vetting process was undertaken with EDA to ensure the selection of vendors whose sales made in the Virgin Islands products. Considerations has been made to set aside the use of 4 kiosks to offer opportunities to new vendors. Presently, the department is working to develop a location for the displaced food vendors. Once completely outfitted, we expect to generate $230,400 in annual revenues. Marshall and Sterling St. Croix Incorporated provides the government of the Virgin Islands with insurance brokerage services for its multi-peril property insurance program. The 2023-2024 policy was renewed on June 10, 2023, with coverage through June 10, 2024. During FY 2023, Marshall and Sterning's loss control team completed the year-long risk assessment initiative, visiting all properties on the government's insurance schedule. Adjustments were made to the property schedule of values to remove all non-insurable properties that were considered to be offline or dilapidated. The completed risk assessment report was presented to DPP on April 4th, 2023. The 2023-24 insurance premium is $7,154,854.12 for the property insurance program. In addition, the government's premium for boiler and machinery is $71,471, $109,696 for hull and machinery protection and indemnity, $1,044.37 for pollution coverage for the government's vessel, and $225,000 for insurance brokerage services. The total of all insurance costs of our current insurance cycle is $7,561,065.49. An additional $5 million in coverage was offered to increase our coverage limits, but it was declined as the additional premium of $1.1 million was not available within the allotted appropriation. While insurers requested a full valuation in advance of the 2023-24 renewal cycle, a short-term uplift in values due to inflation was done as an alternative to update values pending completion of the comprehensive valuation. The size of the government's portfolio and the age of our buildings require the expertise of a structural engineering firm to meet our insurer's request, and additional time is required to acquire the necessary resources, including funding to complete this undertaking. As also noted in last year's testimony, insurance premiums are expected to increase to match the full value coverage requirements on all newly constructed facilities repaired with FEMA funds. This would require a new full coverage insurance policy that is a separate premium from the current. Thus, increases to the government's insurance appropriations must be addressed to ensure compliance and to migrate risk, as the current market conditions, as the budgeted amount is only buying a maximum of $20 million per occurrence. The print shop serves as the official publishing arm of the executive branch and provides cost-effective services to all branches of government, as well as the private sector. The division's effort in FY 2023 focus on providing excellence in customer service and timely service, while increasing sales and service offerings to minimize costs to the government. In FY 2023, the division invoiced $617,327.95 in print jobs, including setup fees. Our ability to collect and deposit funds into the printing revolving fund in a timely manner directly impacts our ability to satisfy our overhead expenses, including equipment rentals and printing supplies. Accordingly, the department will institute the PIC ticket process to generate government-specific orders. The Division of Transportation oversees the fleet management and maintenance of the executive branch's vehicle fleet. Currently, the government's fleet is managed by a team of 10 employees and is comprised of 1,939 vehicles and 18 marine vessels. In furtherance of the department's technology-centered mode of operations, DPP transition to FleetSoft is complete and has effectively streamlined GVI shop and fleet management services. The department is able to track total vehicle life cycle costs from acquisition to disposal, to conduct detailed reports utilizing interactive dashboards and document repositories. Number two, the annual registration and inspection in the St. Croix district successfully piloted a fully digital process, with vehicles being inspected and photographed via tablets during the months of October and November in 2022. Both districts will complete the FY 2024 registration cycle digitally. Number three, GPS refresher training was provided in the month of March of 2023 to all executive and senior managers across the executive branch, with the account managers providing 4 in-person and virtual training sessions in both districts. All executive branch agencies are now capable of monitoring their own fleets. The Government Operation Fleet Energy Efficiency Transformation Initiative is a joint collaboration between the Virgin Islands Energy Office and the Department of Property and Procurement Division of Transportation, which is geared towards transforming the government's fleet to include alternative fuel, hybrid, and electric powered vehicles, as outlined in Act 7075, the Virgin Islands Alternative and Renewable Energy Act of 2009. The Go Fleet initiative is driven by 3 key priorities: electric vehicles adoption, a public charging network, and training for technical staff. The Division of Procurement includes central stores and warehousing and vendor management, and asset management continues to utilize best efforts to advance the territory's position in the global marketplace by researching and implementing new procurement strategies, building capacity in internal and external staff, and engaging the government of the Virgin Islands vendors and external stakeholders. Aside from the division's initiative to launch the GVI into the next era of procurement, the following activities have been completed: 15,847 requisitions, 85 professional services contracts, 48 general contracts, 107 solicitations, 34 construction contracts, 116 supply contracts, and 1,094 process justification letters, also 146 construction contract payments. While the numbers presented reflect a decrease from the previous year, it is only a testimony to the improved efficiency of our procurement practices. Some contributing factors includes continuous training within the Office of Procurement, Contract Management and Reporting, which has resulted in decrease of justification letters as the agency utilized the micro-purchase thresholds. Next, combining solicitation of frequently used commodities and services, maximize productivity and decrease cost. Systematic monitoring of contract terms through GVI Buy's dashboard prompted notification of expiring contracts and agreements, and transferring approval authority of construction payments to the Department of Public Works has removed DPP from the workflow. The division was instrumental in completing the contract process for 12 disaster recovery projects amounting to $149,700,918.97. As the government continues to rebuild its infrastructure, the department expects to see at least 30 pipeline projects in FY 2024. While the department anticipated the Phase 2 rollout of the e-procurement system to integrate the platform across the central government agencies, delay occurred with onboarding the Tyler Munis ERP platform. Undeterred, the division continued to work with the implementation team and was able to overcome those challenges, complete testing of the requisition and payment processes, and is now on target with rolling out Phase 2 across all agencies, beginning with the Department of Education. GVI Buy continues to be one of the division's greater achievements. Equally important is the division's success in NASPO training. One of our senior contract administrators was accepted to sit on the board for the NASPO Croning Awards, which places the Virgin Islands in a unique position to receive innovative projects created by procurement professionals across the continental U.S. Outside of NASPO, on the other end of the spectrum, the division hosted an agency-wide training to review the new procurement manual released in November of 2022. The vendor management team activities in GVI Buy and the ERP help to maintain vendor records with current corporate documents to include W-9 and SAMS.gov registrations, which are crucial in delivering on-time payments to vendors on a recurring basis. During this fiscal year, the vendor management team registered over 1,200 vendors in GVI Buy and the Tyler Munis ERP, a number that continues to grow as more opportunities become available and more businesses are created. The team has also assisted over 1,000 vendors with SAMS.gov registration to include recipients of the Governor's Innovators Grant. The team provided 2 in-person training sessions in each district to vendors and assisted the SBA with SAMS.gov registrations. The Division of Central Stores and Warehousing Unit has recognized total sales of $479,126.23 to date. While sales remain on trend for FY 2022, Central Stores is not without its challenges as they maximize the department's purchasing power through open market purchases due to increased and fluctuating costs of several commodities post-pandemic. The Asset Management Unit is responsible for administering and management of the government's fixed assets. The unit provides guidance to agencies on the renewal of e-waste, ensuring items are deposited in accordance with applicable policies and procedures. The government of the Virgin Islands is working to transition from third-party oversight, which will require DPP to manage the capital assets of the government the Department of Finance is currently administrating. With the division administering capital assets, 2 warehouses are necessary, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, so that all fixed assets can be received and tagged before distribution to the central government agencies. With the creation of the warehouses, 10 additional staff will be needed to fill those positions. In 2023, the asset unit created over 3,000 assets for fiscal year 2023 to date and continued tracking and monitoring all fixed assets for several departments. In conclusion, each division within the department works diligently to meet our statutory mandates while keeping in the forefront the goal to improve government operations. In fiscal year 2024, the department will continue to target technology improvements, continuous professional development, capacity building, and process improvements to maintain its process and progress. We continue to focus on positive changes within the full implementation and integration of various electronic solutions. We believe that we are a step closer to realizing the goal of true operational efficiency. In this state of transformative change, we must acknowledge the intricacies of changing behavioral norms and current practices to suit new electronic solutions across the executive branch agencies. These enterprise-wide solutions are employed to create sustainable and transformative change in our government's operations, reshaping the entire government of the Virgin Islands and propelling it as a true 21st century operation. I would like to take this opportunity now to thank the Brian Roach administration for their support and understanding of the initiatives necessary to improve government operations and a better quality of life for Virgin Islanders. Thank you also to our system users for embracing the changes designed to improve our processes, and our sister agencies for their continued collaboration and support on all the various projects. I again thank the staff of DPP for their continued dedication and preservation in the furtherance of improving our operations to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. This concludes our FY 2024 budget testimony, and we stand ready to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee Alejandro. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence of committee member Senator Novalee Francis Jr., as well as non-committee member. Please mark Senator Francis Jr. as present, and non-committee member Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. and Senator Carla J. Joseph. Non-committee members for being here. Thank you for always showing up to these very important hearings. Before we move to the line of questioning, I have a question around your insurance premium. So you shared that your current insurance premium in total is 7.6 million, correct? What was your insurance premium in fiscal year 20, in this current fiscal year, 2023? What is, rather? You have that?
Yes, Senator. So I will allow the fiscal administrator to speak on that, Ms. Sebastian.
The premium for Gerda D. Sebastian, Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services, the premium paid out in fiscal year 2022? 23, I'm sorry, it's 7.1 million.
So we have seen a
Increase.
$500,000 give or take increase.
That is correct.
All right, and I know. How long have you been with? Who's the company?
Marshall and
Marshall and Sterling.
This is 2 years now, Senator. We had an RFP that went out. This is 2 years, and we have one more year.
Okay. Good. So you did put out an RFP, and you said that Marshall and Sterling did the assessments of your government properties.
That is correct.
And what did that number come in at? Do you have that?
Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory. Are you seeking a valuation of the properties? We have not done a valuation. It was basically done just to determine which properties were insurable at the time.
So no valuations. I suspect that a valuation will cost us a lot.
That is correct, and that was also the concern of the insurance company, that we need a specialized company to do the valuation services.
And I asked a question about the valuation because, we've seen the hurricanes of 2017 and previous hurricanes here in the territory. And at some point, we really need to know as a government, what is the value of our properties?
Correct.
So we could really make a determination as to what we should be looking towards as far as insuring our government properties. Of course, we know that we have the assistance of FEMA, which all of us, I'm certain, will acknowledge that that has been our own very little nightmare as it relates to us getting our projects moved along. So
Correct.
I'm not certain what evaluation would cost, but I think it's something that is worth exploring. So if you can provide us with some sort of information as it relates to evaluation, that would be good. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
And I saw that you had additional $5 million, an opportunity for an additional $5 million. I'm glad that you declined it because $5 million for $1 million seems a little off balance.
It was at the time,
Yeah.
and the team did feel that we needed to do our own assessment first before
Yeah.
engaging.
Okay, I have a few more questions, but I'm going to go to the senators. So we're going to start. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. My point of inquiry is surrounding the whole insurance issue. Do we also have automobile insurance for our fleet of vehicles?
Attorney Moranci.
Hi, good morning. Magdalene Moranci, Chief Counsel. When the vehicles are parked as property, they're covered under the blanket policy. As far as liability is concerned, the government is self-insured under the Tort Claims Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So when there's a challenge with the tort claim, it comes through property and procurement and it goes up to justice, so they go directly. I think there was a time they were going directly to the Department of Property and Procurement. I'm sorry, the Department of Justice. So what's happening now? So how do you know when there's a claim filed against the government for liability? How would you know? Is it coming to you and then you push it up to justice, or the individuals go directly to DOJ?
So
please recognize, speak into the mic, yeah.
the agencies are supposed to report the accidents to us. The individuals go directly to the Department of Justice to file their claims, and that information is shared with us.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for the information. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to you. I want to give you the right proper title. Commissioner nominee, Alejandro, and your supporting team there with you, and all of the different staff. And thank you for that testimony. I think that was a very good testimony in respect to the budget process. I really appreciate it. But I have a few questions in respect to your budget book and the post-auditor report. According to the post-auditor on page 18 of the post-audit report, he spoke to a challenge with the governor's recommendation, which is centered around appropriating from the Business and Commercial Property Fund, which is currently, according to the fiscal year budget 24 book, it had a negative balance of $1.8 million approximately, right? And an additional $4,839,000. But in your testimony, you spoke to that fund, and basically that fund is responsible for a large part of your budget. Can you speak to that discrepancy, please?
Yes, Senator, and I will allow our administrator to speak to it, but the assessment is correct. The deficit that we're operating at was from previous years, and so that left a deficit. So while we have ramped up our collections and are improving in collections, it's still reflective of the deficit that exists. Administrator?
Gerda D. Sebastian, what the commissioner is reporting is actually that while the fund may have a deficit at this point and it carries a wealth of the salaries, the department is making every effort to do its collection. Now, the fund has been in the red for previous years, and what we are attempting to do is to collect towards our leasehold value. And with that, that's where we are at this point. But the fund does have a negative balance.
Okay, very well. So that's your strategy moving forward to increase?
Mm-hmm. Yes, our strategy is to increase, and I may say currently what we have been doing with our collections is we are going out there. We are visiting the sites, we are calling, we are emailing, we are making everybody know that it is mandatory that you pay your rent, and we are assessing the late fees.
Okay, very well. And while we are there, let me just mention also in Appendix C in your budget book, when it comes to the leases, etc., it would have been nice to also have a balance, an outstanding balance, exactly to see where we are at moving forward. So I would like to request that information through the chair moving forward, okay? Let me ask also on page 4 of the budget of the post-audit report.
1 minute.
Wow. On the general fund, when it comes to supplies, there is a variance of $486,089 because expended to date thus far for this fiscal year, we only expended $98,818. Can you speak to that? What's going on in that area?
Well, basically, you have to look, the department has the responsibility of moving the monies to other respective areas in the form of reallocation when one area falls short. So it stands to reason that we could have that level of funding and only spend 98 because we do reallocations.
So that's okay. So that's the reason for that. Okay, understandable. Let's go to other services
Time.
and other services and charge. Also, there's a discrepancy of $210, 118. When it comes to other services and charge, what the reason for that?
So again, it's based on needs within the level of expenditures. So if you notice, there is a decrease in your expenditures. I mean, there's a decrease to the other services, but there is an increase to supplies of 173. So that basically covers the reallocation process. The idea is staying within your ceiling, but moving the money to the areas where the service is needed.
Okay, very well. And thank you so much for your responses. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I have to drill down a little further on that, but before we do that, the Business and Commercial Property Revolving Fund, as of the submission of the 2024 budget, reflects some $1.8 million in the red. Over the past fiscal year 23, we saw an ending balance based on the report that's in front of us, budget book page 35, some $2.7 million, which was budgeted. And we ended, based on this report, and we're asking the Department of Finance to reconcile these accounts, because this year, if we have accounts that are in the red, we are not budgeting against them. I just want to be clear on that. That is just bad business. Okay? So the actuals for FY 2022, there was a red balance of 219. It may be unaudited, so we need to verify that, right? So we're asking finance to update these accounts. Then when we look at your FY 2023 to date, as of 3/31/2023, you have revenues of 1.7 million, and your obligations is 2.4. Now, do you have obligations from previous years that are still sitting on this Business and Commercial as encumbrances that you can move off to clear up the account? Because that's something that needs to be done if that's in fact the case.
In closing those Gerda D. Sebastian, yes, we have, and we have been closing those encumbrances to try to alleviate the fund.
Okay, so if you have those, I'm going to ask you to please go back and look at them, so Department of Finance can do their reconciliation, so we could know whether or not, or how much of this we can say yes to as it relates to the FY24 budget. Okay, because as we speak, you're projecting, I can't remember, I think for 23, Business and Commercial is 4.8 million, and you've generated 1.7. So you still have a red balance of some 950 right now. So you're in the red, and I understand what you're trying to do. You have $512,000 in encumbrances. I don't know if those are carryover, like I said.
Yeah,
you need to look at them. Okay, but we need to really clean up these fund balances that we have. Okay, so, and then we note that in FY 2024, the 24 request, okay, so your expenditures in 23 is 2.6, and your ask for 24 for the same business and commercial is around the same amount, 4.8 million. Okay, so that's that. But let's go back now to the responses that we received from Senator Blyden's line of questioning around the expenditures to date. So that's a little concerning because we're going to need to get updated expenditures from you. I believe that these expenditures were as of March.
They are. I do have updated ones that I can report on.
You can? Can you do that now?
For the base, what you want for the supplies?
No, just for the appropriated funds, the general fund. That's
Okay.
it for now.
Okay, for the general fund, to date expenditures is 3,684,652.58.
3,684,652.
0.58.
Okay, so that's, but the total general fund is 30 million.
Right, but that takes into consideration the 7 million that we have for the insurance, which falls under that. So we
Okay,
have not expended the full monies for the insurance as yet.
So your insurance is reported as a separate line item.
It is recorded as a separate line item. However, it is part of the general fund.
No.
Oh.
We have to look. I'll go to the next senator while I look.
Okay.
But, and let me just recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Gittins, who's here with us today. Thank you for being here, Senator Gittins. So, the 13.3, so how much money have you spent thus far on your insurance?
To date, we just got some invoices this week. We've only expended $182,911.
Okay, I guess then the better question is how much do you intend to expend in FY23?
In FY23, for the insurance, we expect to spend 7.3, and I understand there's an increase of 250,000.
So you're going to spend, so based on your projections, you have, right now you would have spent 10 million. So do you project, based on when you add the 7 and what you spent thus far as of March, no, as of now, so for the rest of the fiscal year, you're going to spend another 3 million. That makes
Yes.
sense. Okay, got it. Okay, we got it. All right. I will go to the next senator, and we do have some additional questions. I know that your response was that you move resources across categories.
Yeah.
I don't think that you meant that though, because we pass a line item budget. So
Yeah, but
when you say that, what do you mean when you said that?
of course, it's a line item budget, so we have to go back to OMB to reallocate the funds. So if I have monies in my supplies, let's say I have 500,000 in my supply and I only need 3, but the other services need 2, I have to request a reallocation to OMB to move the monies to the respective object codes. So we do that through the reallocation. We must go through OMB.
You know that OMB can't do that, right? They can't do that, you know. They are not to do that. I hope that they're listening. We did not pass a lump sum budget. The only time you can do that is when you pass a lump sum budget. Any changes within your respective line items, you have to come back to the legislature to move around your, not within the category, but outside of the category. So if you're moving something from supplies to other, because you have a line item budget, you got to come to the legislature.
My correction.
I think I know what you
correction.
meant. That's why I drilled down a little
Supplies to
further.
supplies and other services to other services.
I understand.
Not outside.
Correct. So you
Correction.
meant like if you have straight supplies and then you have operating supplies,
Right,
then you can move
right.
within that category.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Right. Correction.
Okay. That's why I stayed on it a little longer, because
Yeah.
I know that that's not what you meant.
No.
Okay, good. Senator Bulkas, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to Commissioner Designee Alejandro and leadership team of the Department of Property and Procurement. I want to start off with fiscal services. How does the understaffing of the fiscal unit with only 6 employees impact the department's ability to effectively handle fiscal operations and collections for the business and commercial properties unit?
Yes, Senator. So in addition to the business and commercial, they also monitor and manage other services. So not having a dedicated staff and removing that staff that does that reconciliation as well has really impacted our ability to go after all of the leaseholders as well as do our reconciliations, budget and transfer funds as we need to. So it is impacting.
I really sincerely hope that you're able to attract the necessary talent in order to fill those positions, because that's a huge undertaking that will likely put us backwards when it comes to collections. So I'm hoping that you're able to fill those positions. Let's move to property. How does the department assess or determines its rent rates for properties leased to the public? Are there any specific factors that you look into, whether it's market considerations or information pertinent to fair and accessible or competitive rates?
We do and allow Deputy Commissioner Richards to speak on that.
Good morning, Vincent Richards. Senator, we do a combination of both appraisals from certified appraisers that we have, as well as we do market research as well.
Okay, very well. Space management. The chair talked about insurance, and regarding our government insurance program, what steps are we taking to address the need for a comprehensive valuation of the government's property portfolio?
Good question, Senator. That assessment was recently conducted by our real estate broker, Marshall and Sterling, and the assessment is ongoing.
So how will the department manage potential increases of insurance premiums to ensure the compliance to mitigate risk? For instance, we are fixing facilities or either repairing them through FEMA funding. How are you dealing with that?
It's a combination, Senator, as well as we're speaking with our financial team to address it. Their awareness of our responsibility to ensure that those are online. We are looking at various funding sources, those that fall within the historic and preservation zone, meeting with JP as well. Commissioner Oriol to do that. So we're using various methods to address that, as well as we have the OMB working with their team to identify funding with interior, etc.
Okay, so could you also provide for transportation an overview of the anticipated costs and benefits associated with the Go Fleet initiative? Specifically, you have alternative fuel vehicles coming up, hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, and how is the department managing the transition of these vehicles and, of course, ensuring cost-effective and fiscal responsibility?
Assistant Commissioner Walker.
Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The Division of Transportation works collaboratively with the Virgin Islands Energy Office through assessing vehicle purchases. Right now, funding for any alternative fuel or electric vehicle purchase is done through competitive grants that the Energy Office applies for. In addition to that, our strategy going forward into FY24 will be to assess the needs of each agency that has fleet procurement needs, and also taking into consideration subsidizing those purchases, possibly with the EIC funds, to afford us the ability to purchase clean transportation vehicles to further penetrate the existing fleet.
Very good, thank you. And how will the additional 10 new staff members in the asset management unit impact the department's budget? What benefits are expected for these new positions in terms of improving asset management or risk reduction or loss prevention?
Thank you, Senator. So we did do an analysis on what those the funding balances would be in order to supplement that. But as you speak right now, we have just three employees that is responsible for managing, tagging, and performing those tasks. So I'll let the HR director speak to the amount to fund them.
Good morning, Sharmila Richardson, Director of Human Resources. So based on our assessment, we have 2 warehouse managers, each at the amount of $45,592. So that will total to $91,185.04. We have 1 fixed asset loss accountant, which will be $45,000. 2 warehouse receiving officers at $32,714. So that will total to $65,429.18. The fixed asset analyst at $41,121.84. The truck drivers in the capacity of more of a truck driver 3, and that will be at $28,411, so it will total to $56,822.02. And the laborers, 2 of them at $27,851, which will total to $55,702.40. So the overall total for asset management will be $327,409.28.
Thank you. And I know that my fellow colleague, my Sabanero colleague, which we call the millennial veteran, is going to touch on salaries, but some of the salaries that I saw in the ranges of 20 and 30, I would really like to suggest to look into, see what you can do. I know some of them are union, but let's try to get them up where they need to be to work hard. So thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Volquez. Let me ask you a quick question, Director Sebastian. What's the period of the insurance premium for the department, for the government? What's the period?
I think it's
It's
I
not a
can
fiscal
answer
year,
that.
correct?
Assistant Commissioner can provide the response.
Okay.
Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The insurance runs from June 10th of each year to the following year. And with a couple of the policies, it starts a bit earlier.
Okay, so June 10th to
June 10th.
June to June. June to June. So in each fiscal year, you do not spend the full amount. We need to retool that needs to get right corrected. We need to be budgeting that the correct way, because what y'all are doing is you are encumbering those funds for the
Subsequent.
yeah. We just picked that up. That helped. We just saved some money, guys. So what we need is for y'all to provide us with the insurance premium period, and what you pay within that period, and what you pay within each fiscal year. And we will budget it accordingly, so those funds will be available to you within the fiscal year.
Yes.
We have to figure out ways to really correct our budget process and the available resources that we have in this government. So
you,
we're going to
Senator.
need your assistance with getting that done, please. Okay, so we usually would say through the chair. I'm the chair, so the chair is requesting that you provide that information ASAP, so we could get a good understanding of what your true fiscal year expenditure is. Because when Ms. Sebastian noted that she's only paid out $1 million thus far, that kind of got us to thinking that that's a challenge. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
All right, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. I want to show this to the listening audience, right? This presentation from Property and Procurement is the best presentation I've received, other than the Governor's State of the Territories address, right? This presentation, I don't know if it's possible, because I know you guys have your own printing press, right? But if all of the other commissioners and who come before the legislature can put together their budget information like this, it would help the senators a lot. Okay, so I have a whole lot of questions, and I'm going to try to be pretty fast, right? the contract management, you have about 30 projects in the pipeline, right? One particular that I'm very interested in is that the legislature recently appropriated some funding to address the Caribbean Kidney Center nursing issues, the dialysis issue. And as the chairman of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, I'm finding out that the snag now with those negotiations is that property and procurement has to complete an assessment and evaluation of that issue. Now, I don't want you to go on the record publicly, but I'm just asking you to put a sense of urgency on completing those negotiations with Caribbean Kidney Center, because, you know, the money is going to run out soon. We don't want to be back in a situation where, you know, we're now threatening with the nurse issues, dialysis. Okay, so just do me that favor, Commissioner, put a sense of urgency to those negotiations. Okay, I want to ask a quick question because I noticed you had 8 employees resigned. Do you do a exit interview can you give me an idea of why those 8 employees are resigned?
Yes, Senator. So we do exit interviews, and for the most part, quite a few of them had to do with medical emergencies, some with their children that they had to leave the territory. And of course, there are, because better opportunities in terms of jobs, pay, scale.
Okay, and I too will join with my colleague from St. John. I looked at the pay, and you know, the pay is a little low. Let's bring the pay up to stuff, you know. Take a look at the Lottery Commission, see how they're paying their employees. That's a good guide, a good benchmark. Okay, quickly, with assisting the local contractors with getting bonding, sometimes insurance, but specifically bonding. I get a lot of concerns about the local contractors. They're not able to qualify for bonding. So what is the government doing, and what do the local contractors need to do so that they can qualify for the bonding and insurance requirements for these jobs?
Well, Senator, the bonding requirements has to do with the financial capacity of a business. And so basically, if a business does not have that financial capacity, then the bonding companies will not provide them with that assurance. What we do recommend to a lot of our small businesses is take advantage of subcontracting so that you don't have the responsibility of taking out bonding in those thresholds. Unfortunately, with the federal funds, we cannot execute contracts outside of bonding capacities.
Okay, Madam Chair, was my time call? I didn't hear. Okay, no. Okay, quickly now, the electric vehicles. You know, we're going into the modern era, and you know, there's a little spliff there going on with the electrical vehicles. I think you have like 37 of them more or less in the fleet. Have you been able to analyze the electric vehicles, compare them? Are they more efficient? Give me an update, an overview of the electrical vehicle fleet.
Assistant.
Time. Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. We are able to analyze the EV data through our GPS tracking system, which takes into consideration the amount of time it takes to charge the batteries and how much mileage you get per charge off of the vehicles. So I don't have an exact figure right now, but I can provide a report that provides that information.
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to request that we get an analysis of the electrical vehicle fleet. And also, I request through the chair that we get a detail of those 1,900 and something vehicles. I would specifically like to see how much vehicles are allocated to each department through the chair. I request that information, the breakdown on the vehicles. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Just for clarification, the analysis that you're requesting for the electric vehicles is what analysis specifically?
I want an analysis to see if they have been more economical and efficient compared to the regular gasoline vehicles.
So how long have we had these vehicles?
Gisette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The government of the Virgin Islands has had electric vehicles in its fleet since 2014.
Okay, so Senator, I'm trying to make sure that we clear because they need to have clear direction. So, because they do not cover, so each department has their own funding for gas, and those departments, those vehicles are not issued to you alone, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
So,
Clarification.
let me just ask, what is your understanding of the analysis request? 'Cause
So our
I'm not clear.
thank you, Senator. Our understanding is that the senator would like to receive a listing of all assigned vehicles. He wants them to be submitted specifically to the department and an analysis of whether or not we find that the electronic vehicles is providing more efficiency and cost effectiveness versus what we're expending in gasoline.
Yes, that's exactly it. Thank
And you can provide that.
I think it's going to be a challenge because, of course, they do not use gasoline, as well as we have various hybrids type of efficient cars. But we can look into what the data provides us, because all of the government vehicles are on the GPS tracking system that provide a mask of information. So we can look into it and
All right.
assist.
Okay, very well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was inquiring about vendors plaza in respect to the testimony. Speaking of 64 kiosks that's being completed, but can you tell me what the vetting process looked like? Number one, and number two, what's being done to attract individuals to support the vendors at Vendors Plaza? What's being done creatively to assist those individuals? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. The vetting process. We were able to secure all of the legacy vendors that were currently vending at the Vendors Plaza, and place them at the moment of opening. We were also able to adhere to the VI code that required that we sequester a certain or use a certain percentage of spaces for vendors that were selling made in the Virgin Islands products. We went through that vetting process in conjunction with the EDA and the help of Nadine Machena, and we're able to certify made in the Virgin Islands vendors as well.
Marketing?
We're exploring some marketing opportunities. One event or two events that's been executed thus far with the EDA. They're hosting events on every other Friday, I believe, where they're going to have entertainments, and they're going to highlight in the kiosk that is occupied by the EDA, their pop-up shop. They're going to highlight some local vendors in their kiosk, and then they're going to also invite the other local made in the Virgin Islands vendors to stay open longer, and the non-traditional, but the legacy vendors that sells more tourist-oriented knickknacks to stay open a bit longer as well. That's one of our first ventures in terms of the marketing effort to market the Vendors Plaza a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Senator.
All right. What's the
Presents, please.
percent? You have a point of inquiry? 1 second. What's the percentage currently for locally made, local intellectual property
I believe it's 10%.
So 10%. So we are working diligently on legislation to change that significantly. Many of us have traveled to many countries, many places throughout the world, and all of that made in China stuff. And we're also seeing an uptick of the Louis Vuitton and the like types of things. I'm not sure how they're getting here, but that's not what we want to see. We want to see, because when we look at our fair activities and the art fair and the fair here in St. Thomas, you see that we have a lot of local vendors that makes really nice things. And they're the ones that really need to be sitting in their items need to be sitting in the vendors plaza. The other thing that I noticed in traveling to St. John is there's a whole lot of, what's the word? Not authentic items that are being sold in St. John. They don't have a crackdown on that anymore?
Vincent Richards, Senator, that specific question would be for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. But I'm just thinking about the vendors plaza and the fact that, are you guys under the control of the vendors in St. John?
No, Senator, not according to the tweak in the legislation that was recently done. We're just the vendors plaza here in St. Thomas.
Recently done?
Well, it was passed in the 34th legislature, was to transfer the management,
that one. Okay.
The management of the vendors plaza in St. Thomas to property and procurement.
Yeah, that's why we are not aligned here, because we have different moving parts. This person responsible for that, so you don't know who to call. It's just weird. So who's responsible for the one in St. John?
I believe the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and through the Office of the Administrator, maybe.
Yeah, we need to look at that, Senator Bulkes. There's just a lot of, when I pass through there's just a lot of things that's just concerning that should not be coming through U.S. Customs that's being sold in the vendors plaza.
Senator, if I may add, we would love to work with you to give you some feedback in terms of what we've been experiencing in the last few months. Because there is a little sense of entitlement in the plaza and with the vendors. So working with you and giving you some input and feedback would help, and your legislation would also help us to do what we need to do as well.
Yeah, we don't have no problem with entitlement once the things are made in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's either the intellectual property. I mean, we know that we can manufacture everything here. So it could be intellectual property, or, the idea is born here. But we have to make people, when folks come, or when we even have our families come, and they want to take things back to folks on the mainland, they should be able to go to the vendors plaza and buy things that says that they know that we know that were made here in the territory. I mean, I don't plan to stand on that one. Okay, Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of inquiry stems from the Vice President's point of inquiry as well, concerning the potential revenue generation for that plaza, because how is the department ensuring the competitive and diverse selection of vendors to maximize that potential?
Vincent Richards. Senator, it was an interesting balancing act to try to find a balance where we accommodated the legacy individuals that had been there vending, some of them up to 30 years, 3 decades. We knew it was initially a program that was supposed to be temporary, and folks would transition from vendors, street side vendors, to eventually, hopefully, to brick and mortar stores. So balancing that was tricky, and then weeding out the subleasing that was happening, where that was a bit tricky, and that's an ongoing process. And then we had to deal with adhering to the code to make sure that folks that were selling stuff that was made traditionally and locally.
So potentially, if all the kiosks were filled, what is the revenue generating potential there? on a yearly basis or monthly?
$230,400
Per month or year? Sorry.
annually.
Annually, 230,400?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very well.
But included in that, you saw that the amount of $249,600, that is for the one-time registration, which is $300.
Okay, and lastly, before Madam Chair.
Senator, that's your line of questions? I mean, listen, so we can't do that.
Okay.
If you have a question, you have a point of inquiry, I'm going to let you finish if it's in line with what we're discussing, but let's stay in line with what we're doing because we have two other departments that have to come in here, please.
I appreciate your leniency. It's about vendors that were displaced and what the department...
But that's a different question.
It is.
We're going to have to come back to that one. Okay? Ask the question, you can answer in the chair's time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Concerning the vendors that were recently displaced in the Tutu Park area, Fort Milliner, are there any plans to accommodate them?
Vincent Richards, there are no specific plans. We have been approached by one or two of them, and they've been giving opportunity to apply and to be vetted for finding an alternative location for them.
Thank you. So, I'm glad that it came up, although it's really tied to Senator Joseph's committee. So, we have a way here that we like to put these narratives out. And the reason why I could respond to this, Senator, is because I took up an interest in that issue about 6 months ago. And I reached out to VIPD, the Department of Property and Procurement, and Licensing. Those vendors were given, I believe it's over a year.
Yeah.
It's more to find a different location. However, I saw it as an issue because apparently they requested business licenses. Now, there's some nuance with how they get their licenses. I can't really speak to it right now. Do you know property and procurement? Just so we could clear it up.
Virgin Island Police. Go ahead. No, please.
Vincent Richards, those vendors you're referencing are what you call itinerant vendors. Mm-hmm. They're supposed to move every day, and for some reason, those permits are handed out by the Department of Police. Public Safety or
Public
the
Safety.
VIPD.
So what happened is they're itinerant vendors, and that's why we have to it's important that we put the correct information out in our community. They're itinerant vendors. VIPD provides the location. They would apply to VIPD. VIPD would say, okay, you could sit in XYZ location. Now, this has been going on for many, many years, in whose infinite wisdom to put them in that turning lane. Or I guess when PriceSmart opened, there wasn't that PriceSmart and the other businesses in that area. There wasn't a movement to address now that situation that's a very dangerous one. But they were given time to move. We had meetings with them. My staff went out, met with them, and with VIPD. The one ask, though, was, can you please find a location for those vendors to go? Some were very reluctant, and some were willing to find other places and work with the government to find other places. How many people are you all aware of that we still have that's displaced? Would you know?
I cannot, Vincent Richards. Senator, I couldn't answer that question specifically.
Right, so we have to have all the information. So that's what happened. That actually occurred where timing, there was some time that was given. VIPD there's some issues with, that's a highway, correct? Federal. There's some issue with highway safety and the highway safety funding. One of our problems is we don't provide information to our community, and it's not the responsibility of the legislature to do that. Of course, this is not the respective department that should be answering that question, but I needed to make sure that I put it on the record because I saw there's a lot of discussion, there's even a op-ed around it, etc. But there's a lot of things going on around that was happening behind the scenes for a long time. So the one ask that we have is if they can assist those vendors who are displaced. Because my first question was, listen, these vendors are displaced. why going to send them down to Department of Labor to generate fund to get unemployment? Let's figure out how to assist them. But some of them did not want to be assisted. They wanted to remain in that location. That's part of the issue. All right, Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your. Oh, and let me just. We have three senators here that are non-committee members: Senator Bulkes, Senator Joseph, and Senator Gittins. It appears as if when I acknowledge those on St. Croix, sometimes the broadband, the internet goes up and down. So, and Senator Gittins is here. So, again, I want to thank the non-committee members for being here. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues, to the testifiers. Commissioner, I also want to join my colleagues in commending you for such a well put together report this morning. Appreciate that. I do have a few questions from the post-audit report on page 4, the budget summary. I want to ask you a little bit on some of the actuals for FY23. So, for example, from the general fund supply section, I know for FY23 the revised budget was $895,000. What are your actuals for that?
I'll have my administrator speak on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
And then as she looks for it also, I have some questions, for example, in the indirect cost fund, in the supply section there, apparently nothing was budgeted for FY23, but you do have expenditures, and there's a few like that weren't budgeted. It wasn't as a line item, but you do have expenditures for that for this current year. So I want some explanation on that also.
Gerda Sebastian, for the expenditures under the supplies and general fund, the total actual to date is $354,101.37. That's the actuals to date in the general fund.
That's the actual. And what are you estimating that you will use closing this FY23? Are we looking at some savings in that area?
I don't think we're looking at any savings. We're going to expend our funding in that capacity.
All right, and then you were increased, I guess, from FY22 to FY23, basically almost $400,000 in supplies, and you're estimating you'll use all of it. And then you're decreasing now 52% for FY24. Elaborate why the change? Why 52% decrease now?
Okay,
in
repeat
supplies?
that for me, please. And where are you looking at?
The same supplies section in general fund. For FY24, the recommendation is $426,000. So it's a 52% decrease from FY23.
Okay.
Why is it decrease?
We have to. We remember now. We have to spend based on the need. So if we don't have a high need in supplies.
Hence why I'm asking you if you will have a saving in FY23. So there's a high demand in supply this year, but you've only expended $354,000.
Senator, if I may?
Yes.
I think that went back to us sort of using the fund accounts that were necessary at the time in the supply section. In the reappropriating funds, a discussion that we had earlier, that is why you may see one of the categories appearing to be lower in expenditures, but we do expect to spend those. We have training right now that is upcoming that will also go to that. Sorry.
Good. Let me just move ahead. You have 35 pending leases. What's the status on that? What's the time frame?
Vincent Richards, the status is that they're either in our office or somewhere between our office, the office of the governor, and sitting in this legislature.
Do you have a period time for that, or they're going to stay pending forever? What's your time frame on that?
I could only speak to the ones that, in our office. The ones in our office should be out of our office within the next month or two. The others I cannot speak about.
All right. And then you have also a few of them on your lease contracting list that are on the eviction phase.
Time?
How long have they been in the eviction phase, and what's usually your time frame for that?
Vincent Richards, I don't have a specific answer in terms of how long they've been in the eviction phase. I know one specific was adjudicated by the Superior Court, but it was appealed to the Supreme Court, and we're working our way through to getting that done.
Can you, through the chair, provide that information to us when eviction started, and then your negotiation period? How long do you usually allow that negotiation period to go?
Negotiation can take hours or it can take months.
Yeah, but do you have a cutoff time? Because you might have
Senator,
other
your
parties.
time has been called.
Oh.
I need you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, you might have other parties that might be interested. So that's why I'm trying to figure out. No internal policies, cutoff time.
Not that I know of. It
Okay.
you know it basically when you reach an impasse and you can't come to terms, you basically walk away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers of viewing, listening, and present. They say, speak it into existence. I vote yes. Commissioner Alejandro.
Thank you, Senator.
I like to go straight to property procurement. I just, I'm a fan of property procurement because that's why I started. And imagine when I started on June 18th, 1979, my hourly rate was $2.35. So that's why I always wonder about wage increases and personnel. Because I started here. So how many persons, again, receive wage increases and retro?
17 of the employees under the masters.
Okay, and how many employees do you have?
Under the union, the masters?
Total, in the department?
84.
84. Okay, 84 total. 17. So how many other unions need to go negotiate and bring them up to where they should be? Only one? So out of the 84, only 17 unionized and the rest are exempt?
No, we have 4 that is from under the supervisors
Okay.
union, but that's it.
Okay, so they receive the wage increases?
All have, yes.
Okay, and then all these other exempt employees, have they received wage increases?
I'll let my HR director speak to that.
So we do have the 4 under the we only have one union, which is United Steelworkers.
Right.
Recently, the masters pay scale just received their 10/1/2022 increases along with the retro. The supervisors, their last increase was the 10/1/2021. So we do have a few that is Gold Star as well. And then the rest of our employees are exempt. Exempt capacity, of course, is through the approval of the governor. So increases have been given through either a salary, but let me don't say a salary increase, but promotions.
Okay, so exempt employees have received?
Yes, we have
Okay.
had some exempt employees
Okay,
who
we
have
can-
Not all, Senator. Not all.
not all, but
Not
we
all.
have through promotions.
Okay, because again,
Yes.
like I say, across the board, people working hard. Commissioner, your team working hard,
They do.
they should be compensated. Regardless of, we have about exempt or classified, people coming to work, let's be paid.
Agreed.
Now, the next most important thing is the infrastructure in which you have them in. I know I went to the taxi commission office downstairs of property procurement. It was infested with mold. I would only assume it goes up through the rest of property procurement. I don't know, but I see your capital outlay is 0. Do you have any mold issues or anything in the facility?
We have been working, Senator, on that. What happened is within our division, we have been providing preventative maintenance, and that is one of the approaches we are talking to agencies about in terms of ensuring that they budget for that. We do, but presently we are drafting an RFP that is going to be going out within, I guess, the next month to address mold throughout the territory.
Okay, good. And like I say, for that building also, that's an old building. That building was there when I started. So, any maintenance in addition to that needs to be done, we need to put it in. Now, I started in a motor pool. How many mechanics do you have?
Shamila Richardson. We have one in the St. Croix district, and we recently hired one in the St. Thomas, which was actually one of our summer employment individuals through
and your
labor.
fleet alone, based on the government fleet is one thing, but your own fleet, one mechanic in.
Well, in addition, we also have a certified lead auto mechanic as well.
Yeah, it need more mechanics. I mean, it's only reasonable, Now, two other things, final before I close out. Do you have an appraiser on board and a surveyor?
We don't, Senator,
You don't.
no.
So all those things are subcontracted
That
out.
is correct.
And you have funding for those to do that.
We don't, but something we were looking at is about utilizing shared resources between the Office of the Lieutenant Governor once they approve properties. So we're looking at utilizing those shared services.
Okay, and it is covered, you say, through the Office of Lieutenant Governor, so they would be paid once they provide their services.
I'm sorry, sir?
They would be paid once they provide that service.
That
to
is
you.
correct. But we do have a budget, had one in for an appraisal.
Yes.
Oh,
An
okay.
appraiser.
Appraiser, okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James, you recognize for your... Okay, so let me just ask very quickly before... I want to go back to the question around the $895,000 I was budgeted in supplies for FY23. I can't remember why we would have increased the budget significantly under the general fund that was an additional $300,000, but there must have been a reason. Yeah, the 895. So under supplies.
So when we did the budget for FY 2023, we had to take into consideration, remember it's the ceiling. So what we did, if you notice other services, if you notice the other services charges was $8 million and then it was $8 million in 2024. So that is what we reduced the supplies to accommodate the increase in other services and charges.
Okay, so this is confusing me further. So the budget that we sent out in FY that was approved, the total Department of Property and Procurement's appropriation was $13,759,829.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I seen a different number here in.
You see $13,375,741?
Yeah.
That's because in FY 2024,
23.
I keep saying 24. In FY 2023, we had $50,296 and $50,256.90 that was attributed to the USW increases. So your original budget, where am I? Okay, where am I?
Okay. So I see what happening. So there's
Yeah.
an increase based on the salary increases.
Right, the $65,911.94, which took into consideration $50,256.90 for the USW personnel, and then $15,655.04 for the fringe benefits.
Okay, something is still off, but that's a post-audit report that's off. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Post-Auditor, we need to go back and look at this revised budget information because that number is $400,000 less than what was actually in the
Remember,
budget.
the $450,000 is budgeted for utilities, but it doesn't come to us. It goes directly to finance.
Yeah, but it's still not in these numbers. It's not in
Yeah.
these numbers that I'm seeing here. So
Yeah,
something is
yeah.
still off. So we're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay? But going back to the 895 though, the year before, which is 22, the budget for supplies was 583,000. I'm trying to figure out what was the impetus for us to increase our budget to almost $900,000, which would have been 5 and 4, 9,
Yeah.
almost $400,000 increase.
But again, the reason why we increased it in FY23 is because we were accommodating the modular units and we needed to purchase supplies for the
I
same-
see. So that's why it is.
So that's why we had that increase there.
Okay.
And once the supplies for the modular units was satisfied, we didn't need to.
Good. So it means that it means that under 98,000 expenditures to date as of March. Again, we're going to need updated expenditures and projected expenditures from property and procurement as we make the decision around your budget, because as of March, you only spent, based on the information that we have in front of us, on page 4 of the post-audit report,
Yeah, but-
$98,000.
Yeah,
I think
but
one of the
I-
senators brought that up earlier.
I'm sorry, but as of to date, as of Friday, our expenditures were $354,101.
101.
0.37.
Okay, so then you're on target to
Yeah.
spend your 426. Okay, all right, very well. Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of inquiry, and then we're going to go to Senator Javon. Senator Novell Francis Jr.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just with the same line of questioning regarding, and I know you mentioned the outfitting of the modulars, but I noted under the capital outlays, under the Business and Commercial Property Fund, you had 419,000 in fiscal year 2022, and then we look at fiscal year 2023, and it's 50,000. So, and then as far as the expenditures for this fiscal year to date, you have 273,800. So my question is, how much did you use any of this funding source to also go into this specific budget category, capital outlays, to also outfit any government offices or the like?
So remember now, FY22 were the actuals.
Yes.
In FY 2023, we only had 50,000 budgeted because we wanted to accommodate the purchase of a forklift.
Right, but you have expended over that amount to date for fiscal year 2023.
Not in the capital outlays.
Well, it looks like that here. It says you had budgeted 50,000.
Okay.
And
So-
now
As in
you
if you have
have
them
fiscal year. I'm just looking at the post-audit report, Ms. Sebastian, line
Yeah,
4,
but that's
page
not-
4. So I just needed an explanation for this expenditure here,
So-
because it's over your 50,000 that you had budgeted. I mean, it's not within the government, but
we don't have that budgeted under capital outlays and expenditure.
so this 273,880.
I would have to look at that, but it doesn't ring a bell. It doesn't ring a bell to me.
Because that's what you would have supplied to post audit. So if we could get that clarified, that would be good.
I did not supply, but
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, Senator Joseph, I think it was your turn, but I'm going to go directly to Senator Francis Jr., and then we're going to come back to you. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. I check 1, 2. Very much, Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgins, and of course, good morning to Commissioner Alejandro and team Property and Procurement. Thank you very much, Commissioner Alejandro, for your comprehensive testimony this morning. I wanted to ask you, what is the total revenue collection by DPP so far year to date?
Ms. Sebastian?
Okay, I don't have I have them by fund. I can give you those revenue collections to date. For the business and commercial, we've collected 2,790,514.34. For our print shop operations, $473,457.83. For the central warehouse operations, $472,425.77. For the central motor pool, $471,363.35. And for the gasoline, $1.984,895.87. Now these figures may change because these was last week figures, so they may change slightly between last week and today. Last week and today.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Sebastian. Any visible decrease in any of those numbers? Anything that we should be concerned about in regards to revenue collection?
Well, I think the department is on par with its collection. Right now, I don't foresee us falling behind the collection levels that we had last year. Right now, in the business and collection last year we collected $3,049,000, and right now with 2 months still in progress and posting as of 6/27, we've collected $2.790514 in the business and commercial. So I anticipate us increasing these collections above fiscal year 2023.
Very well. Quickly, Commissioner Alejandro, I didn't see you submit anything in regards to your KPI. Commissioner Alejandro, nothing on the KPIs. Are you practicing the performance-based budgeting at Property and Procurement?
Yes, Senator. Senator, we were initially, however, since we began our process of onboarding several technological devices, it became a challenge, gathering that information, utilizing various processing methods. So we did ask for some consideration on that end until we were final in being able to capture the information from, less systems.
Very well. So I would imagine that you're working towards improving that.
Yes, as well as we are updating those KPIs.
Quickly, do you still have anyone teleworking at this time?
I don't, Senator, no.
Okay. And what about, do you propose any reorganization for greater efficiency or effectiveness of DPP?
Yes, Senator, there are some consideration in terms of how we're going to utilize people based on what their skill sets are, as well as internal within each division. We are looking at it now, but we will be addressing our internal processes.
And in respect to the processing of government revenues, do you utilize telecheck, and what is the process for depositing daily deposits? Are you adhering to the government executive order in regards to deposits?
Yes.
Yes, we are, Senator. Go ahead.
Time.
Gerda Sebastian, yes, we do have the telecheck, and yes, every single dollar that comes through that window is deposited timely, and whatever is deposited after the collection time goes to the bank the next day.
Very well, thank you. I heard my time called. I'd just like to ask the Madam Chair if she could have you put on record any bounce checks, and how are you addressing issues of return checks to your agency? Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay, with the Gerda Sebastian, with the telecheck, I must say that it has been an awesome experience. We don't have bounce checks per se. What we have is maybe 1 or 2 issues with the bank, but other than that, we have not had any return checks.
So no return checks?
No return
So
checks,
your,
no.
your, what is that machine? Your
The
sister-
telecheck machine?
Telecheck machine
Yes, we
works
do. Yes, we
effectively?
do. Both
All
St.
right.
Thomas and St. Croix.
Okay.
Through the chair, I would like to make a correction.
You can respond.
Okay, the 273, 850, as I recall, the business, I don't know if you understand that some of these account act as roll-up code. So if you have monies and the other services and charges, that 273, 850 represented expenditures for the modular units on St. Croix. Equipment for the modular units on St. Croix, as I recall.
I don't know that that's really what the issue is on the table, because remember, these are non-appropriated funds, correct?
Yes, yes.
So these are funds that you collect.
Yes.
So I guess the better question is, once you make your deposits, do you reconcile internally the funds that you generate from the business and commercial fund, and do you align them with the information that's noted on the fund balances for the Department of Finance?
Truthfully speaking, we do. We have, I have a great team that does the reconciliation, and we do try to align them with the fund balances in finance, and we do reach out to finance sometimes, our sister agency, to ensure that the postings are, once we reconcile, that the postings are posted to the fund. I must say that we are short-staffed, and I trust that if we are given the additional bodies, we can do a better job at the reconciliation process.
Senator, if I might.
Okay, but let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
So who does the you have someone in your office that's doing the
We do.
reconciliation?
We do, Senator. We do have
We do.
an internal employee that focuses on the reconciliation.
Mm-hmm.
And as you may have know that there's variances
Yes.
when we do comparing against what is at DOF. But we are working to ensure that we have our collections. We've been noting, as a matter of fact, most recently we've been talking about having a meeting with finance to go over our findings after our reconciliation based on what we are being projected from finance. So we are currently going through that.
So y'all don't have a quarterly true-up of what's monthly or quarterly true-up of what is what you've received, what finance is reporting as revenues, expenditures, obligations?
We have not been, but we do plan to do so. We have had those discussions, not consistently enough.
Okay, so how do you put your budget on the system? You would send down your budget for your non-appropriated funds to finance based on your projected revenues?
Yes.
For that particular year?
Yes.
And do you make adjustments when you note that your revenues are not going to meet, your projections are not going to meet your actual, so that you're seeing based on the 6-month, the 9-month?
Yes, we do, and right now we have curtailed any expenditures to the fund right now because of the condition that the fund is in. We have not made any expenditures to the fund.
Yeah, we find that we're seeing a lot of this in the information that's coming down. I mean, this one isn't bad. We've had some that said 30 million in the red, and we still seeing at least this is within your organization, but we've seen some that's actually using the funds to support their budget. So we really need to clean up these accounts, and we really need to we're going to really demand that the Department of Finance come up with some sort of a plan system, whatever it is, to address these fund balances, because we keep talking about these qualified audits. And if we don't fix these things, we're going to continue to have qualified audits. I don't see how we could move away from that. Senator Joseph, you're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. I really want to commend the Commissioner nominee for your presentation before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary last week, Thursday. Also, this is a real Monday, and we are seeing that you and your team are really prepared to answer some of these questions. And I really want to commend your team for being here and answering the questions to the best of your ability. You have a good set of team members. I want to go towards following up on what the chairwoman asked, because that is a concern for me if we have had an amount budgeted, especially in the business and commercial property fund, because you also have, Commissioner, personnel that is going to be funded from this particular fund. You indicated in your testimony that you have a certain amount of team members who are going to be paid from that fund. And so the question is whether, because you just said you're curtailing, Ms. Sebastian, are those, that curtailing does not include the personnel?
No, it does not.
Let's just be clear on the...
Gerda D. Sebastian, no. The curtailing refers to the supplies and the other expenditures, not the personnel.
Okay,
at all.
Good. Just so that we are specific that those personnel within the Department of Property and Procurement, they are going to get paid. Okay, very good. Now, I wanted to go to page 7 of your testimony, Commissioner Designee, and ask you just for a little breakdown on the amount of persons who are on your property team. On your property team, you said it's made up of 15 employees. You have how many on each island district?
Yes, Senator. If you may, I would ask Assistant Commissioner who works directly with the property team.
Okay, great. While we do that, because my time is running, further down on the space management, and I have a really major pet peeve. I think definitely we need to look at utilizing our government owned property to use, but I understand that some of them are in disrepair. So you mentioned in paragraph 2 under government leaseholds that you have you anticipate that we're going to have more spaces for our government. There's going to be a reduction in the space management expenditures as more government of the Virgin Islands disaster recovery projects are completed. Do you have an anticipated reduction in how much we will be paying out once some of those spaces are completed?
We have not done that analysis.
No analysis. Okay. All right. Now going back to, and I had this question regarding, and this goes into the VI Department of Education with their third-party fiduciary. I noted that you indicated that you have a MRI platform and you are working with leasing and permitting activities for various departments, and you don't include the Department of Education. Why is that?
Well, basically because, Senator, those are specific to those agencies that has control over certain land and property. Department of Education, not so much so. So we're looking at DPNR, who deals with the submerged leases, those type of properties.
Okay.
Specifically.
So no properties for Department of Education relative to leases.
And that would be actually under the GVI, which would be DPP, representing those properties. DPNR that has their properties, all of that would be inclusive within the system.
Okay, so is that now today inclusive within the system?
The system is 50%. So
Okay.
once it's completed, it will be.
Okay, so you're still working on getting all of those. Now, a question was raised earlier relative to the vendor plaza, and this has to do with the food vendors, because there were some food vendors there. I'm thinking that there's... I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I'm going to close up. Thank you. I was hoping to hear what is going to happen with the food vendors. If you could indicate to us on the record what is the plan for the food vendors, beverage vendors that were historically there at the Vendors Plaza? And is there going to be a cost?
Good morning. Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. The department and the administration is working on developing a mobile food vendor park or plaza within the historic downtown Charlotte Amalia. We are finalizing our layout and our design, and we expect to be approaching the Historic Preservation Committee next month.
And so a cost would be needed to cover that as far as putting the layout and the recommended infrastructure in place.
Yes, but I believe that there is some funding available that'll be made available in the current budget that we're in to deal with that. It'll be a multi-department undertaking.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to really wrap up by asking you relative to actually, let me just wrap up and state that I really appreciate your answers, and I do look forward to working with you and learning more under the Committee on Government Operations. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph just made me remember to ask a very important question, and it's tied to the Michelle Motel. So some of us here in this institution have been at this for quite some time. We're getting that area cleaned up, and we know that it's a multi-department issue. So I need to understand clearly what is the role of the Department of Property and Procurement when it comes to Michelle Motel. And the reason why I'm asking that question is because we had a little task force trying to get things done, and we kind of fell off the wagon. A lot of things have happened, and we do have to reschedule a meeting. I'm not sure if we had another meeting, Senator Blyden, but we have an elderly lady that lives right next to that facility, and the situation there is horrible. We know that Mr. Richards from your office, he's been there, but I need to understand, does the property is under the inventory of the Department of Property and Procurement?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Okay, so what's the issue? Is it that we need funding to close it off? What is it that we need? Because what we have there going on cannot continue. If any one of us in here lived in that area, or our parents lived in that area, we wouldn't want that for our parents. It's a very, very bad situation. And it's not a situation that's being created by our citizenry. It's a situation that's being created by our government. And we just talked about moving to address abandoned buildings that citizenry own, but we ain't talking about what the government is creating when it comes to these abandoned buildings and what they're creating for the property values in the neighborhoods in some of these communities. So I need to understand what is property and procurement's role and what are they doing to address Michelle Motel. We can't continue to talk amongst ourselves on this. It needs to be addressed.
Yes, Senator. I would let Deputy Commissioner.
Hello?
Please recognize the mic.
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. The department is the custodian of the property. As a result of our meetings or engagement with you, we have procured or is procuring the signage, the no parking signage, the no entry signage that we agreed to erect at the property. We are also in the process of getting the barricades to barricade the building, to stop folks from parking vehicles on there. We are engaging with other departments and agencies, even outside of the group that we form, specifically DLCA. I know they have been going by there on a regular basis and checking to make sure nothing is reoccurring that we had witnessed there before. Our property inspectors ourselves, our internal, our property inspectors for the department are also going there to do visual inspections of the property. And the department is in discussions about disposing of the property to a developer who will be able to demolish the building and take it down from what it is. That's the best I can speak of that we are engaged in terms of managing and mitigating what's been going on in the building.
Okay, so I know that you've been doing as much as you can. Who's working with the administrator? I know the island administrator was out for quite some time, and you were kind of pinch hitting and assisting. But one of the issues is there's a lot of vehicles, abandoned vehicles there. Are those vehicles still on the property?
Senator, the vast majority of the vehicles have been moved. I personally did pass by the property last week. There was one or two vehicles in the general area, specifically on a parcel that's owned by the government. There was none. Right next door, there was a few. So that's the best.
Who the senior home belongs to? Does it belong to the
senior home? Pardon?
Yeah, there's a senior home in our area. That's to the north of the property.
I can't speak to specifically. I would want to believe it's either housing authority and or the housing finance
So now what
authority.
they've done is the vehicles that they moved from that property, they're now moving them to the senior home. But which is, I mean, it's one government, and somebody got to stay on top of this stuff. So we're going to get back on top of it. But I'm happy to hear that you are doing what you can do. But Commissioner nominee, I saw that the building down here, on the corner, the old district court building, I believe the legislature, I know actually that the legislature at one time had offices in there. What we did is, because it's in our Charlotte Amali area, we have it nicely closed off. If we are not going to demolish that building, we need to do something similarly so down there. That is a neighborhood. People live there. Mr. Richards, you're trying to say something?
Acknowledge, Senator.
We acknowledge.
Is there a cost? I mean, we're working on our budget, and it's something that is really near and dear to us, and we really want it to be fixed, to be addressed.
Senator, the best I can suggest is that we, Department of Property and Procurement, go out and find out a specific cost for barricading and securing the building, while we also continue our discussions to dispose of the property. And then whichever one comes first or whichever one is necessary, if we secure the funding to barricade it, that we do barricade it.
I know what barricade mean for this particular building, but what prevents us from doing something similar to what we're doing down at Main
We'll
Street?
get the costs for the, Senator, we'll get the cost for that.
Is there an issue with that?
Senator, to be quite frank, Michelle Motel is inhabited by individuals, and I don't have the capacity to go there and move these individuals or find alternative accommodations for them. I believe that a lot of the individuals that are there, well...
We are aware. We are aware, but that's why we have our Department of Health to provide the wraparound services. That's why we have the Department of Human Services, and it's time that folks get off of their laurels. We need to address that issue, and I'm certain that there are other areas within this community that we traverse in every day that we can't really see. That's not necessarily tied to the government, but the issue with this particular one, the government
owns it.
The government of the Virgin Islands is the culpable entity in this situation. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay? I gotta go to Senator Gittins. I'm gonna have to hold on Senator James. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee, you and your team, for your preparation and testimony here today. From the onset, let me make it clear that I do support your nomination to the post and look forward for good things coming from the department. However, while I do support your nomination, I still must ask the driving questions, and will also ask, or have also asked, the committee chair that has jurisdiction over property and procurement to call on you for an update, operational update hearing, because we wouldn't have sufficient time to address all these things today. But I want to go back to something that was asked. I broke down my questions to you in 3 different categories: personnel, property, and transportation. I couldn't even touch procurement because I know we wouldn't have enough time. But the Senate President asked you earlier regarding employees coming into the office, if you have anyone working remotely, and your response was no?
That is correct. Well, I'm sorry, Senator. I have one. I'm sorry. I have one. And that is because of, yes.
To check with your division heads to make sure that this is accurate information, because the information that we're getting is totally contrary.
Correct.
And I want to caution you as well that what I'm hearing is that you need to also keep a close eye on those activities that may occur in your divisions where there is quid pro quo taking place. The chatter is loud and pronounced, and that said, that's another reason why I'll be pushing for greater support for the Office of the Inspector General so that they can be looking into these matters. Now, with regards to your divisions, do you think that you have sufficient employees within the divisions? I noticed you spoke about the 15 employees territory-wide that's assigned to property. Is that sufficient for that division?
No, Senator, it's not.
Okay. How many? Do you have a breakdown as to where those employees are at currently? St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John?
I believe we have 7 employees in St. Croix and 8 in St. Thomas.
7 St. Croix and 8 St. Thomas. So that means none for St. John. I know St. Thomas, St. John, when it's convenient, we say it's one district. Another time it's 2 different islands. So are we looking at having anyone for the island of St. John?
I think not. We don't have it proposed in our budget. But as you know, the cost to commute, etc., so it would be something viable.
Okay. And something that I asked you during your nomination hearing regarding having a system that tracks or logs government-owned properties to include real property. Do you have this in place?
We're working on it. As we discussed, basically our summer students were able to gather some of the information which will be placed into the MRI, but it's right now we're mostly completed, I believe, on that initiative. And we will definitely have it to your office.
In this case, what does the MRI stands for? What is that acronym?
The MRI. Sorry, let me have the Assistant Commissioner who works closely with the program.
Yes, I'm told the Assistant Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner is who's working with this system.
Assistant Commissioner Josette Walker. It's just an acronym. It doesn't really stand for anything per se. That is the company's name, MRI Real Estate.
Okay, I'm sure it means something. Let's just do some homework. Now, does this
30
also,
seconds.
or will it also track real property?
Yes, Senator, it is a real property management software with also the capability to do asset management tracking.
Do you have any information in this MRA system thus far?
Yes,
with
we do.
regards to real property?
Yes, Senator.
All right, and that's by all 3 islands as well. And I'm asking this specifically because, you know, right now I'm between a rock and a hard place with this Whistling Key land swap. And of course, it's being said if you don't vote for it, you ain't care for the children of the Virgin Islands. Hogwash, because I do care and support our children of the Virgin Islands. However, I really think that we can go about this a different way. So I am trying to get information. While I'm trying to get it from the National Park Service, I will also like to get it from the government of the Virgin Islands as to the properties owned. So in this case, will you be able to give me that information as well?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I'll have something drafted to send to your office as well. Was the time called? I don't want to abuse the time.
Yes.
No? Okay. Do you have a GPS system for government-owned vehicles?
Yes, Senator.
And if
we
so,
do.
what does it? So what is this system designed to do? Does it also track gasoline usage?
Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The GPS Insight system allows for tracking of driver safety, vehicle idling, speeding and acceleration, as well as GPS coordinates and fuel consumption.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
It also tracks gas usage. All right. And the 18 marine vessels, are they all operable, and where are they assigned to?
To our knowledge, all vessels are operable, and they are split between the districts of St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John, specifically between the Public Works, the Department of Health, VIPD, as well as DPNR.
Through the chair, can I have a breakdown of these 18 vessels, where they're assigned, and whether or not they're in operable condition, please? Because
Thank
if
you.
we're saying that these vessels are operable, I'm surely not seeing them. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So let me just ask to follow up with you, Commissioner nominee. The vessels that the Senator speaks about, we should have information as it relates to whether or not they're operable or inoperable, and who's responsible for maintaining those vessels? The respective agencies.
The respective agencies.
So, but you have data on how many we have and whether or not they're inoperable, and if they are in fact inoperable. So one of the things that we don't do, and that's something that we, to that question that Senator Gittins asked, it's a new revelation for us, that most times we ask about government vehicles, but we don't ask about vessels. So that's something that we need to start adding to our budget requests, that we need to ask about vessels and the costs associated with those vessels. So that's something new that we need to add to our budget process. So thank you for that, Senator Gittins. You're making some history here today. Very quickly. So how many vacant positions you have? Because we're trying to wrap up. I think we have Senator James that's here now. Okay, but let me just ask you quickly, how many vacancies do you have? I think based on what we have, I'm seeing that you have 11 and a half vacancies?
Based on the information submitted, it will be around that amount, 13. However, under the business and commercial, because we are in the red, those will be basically not considered because there isn't any funding to
Okay, so
sustain.
let me change the question. How many vacancies that you have currently under the general fund?
The general fund, we will have three.
And what are they?
It will be the assistant commissioner, the chief of procurement and contracts, and the evaluation supervisor.
Okay, so those three are vacant. And we know that, the FTAs are listed as 0.5 because they're funded at 50%. I
Yes,
see.
ma'am.
Okay. So what are you doing to fill these positions? I know the chief of procurement and contracts is in fact a very, very important position as we speak because we have all of these federal related dollars. And I'm certain that a lot of the strain, et cetera, I know that the assistant commissioner position is vacant. How are we balancing that? And I know that a lot of the strain is done on the legal counsel office. How many legal counsels we have?
Three.
Three. You have three. And y'all are assistant attorney generals, or you're just
No.
legal counsel under property and procurement?
Legal counsels on the property and
Okay,
procurement.
so how are you moving to fill these positions?
We do have, we've requested some approval to fill the chief of procurement. We have a plan to do that. We're going to have leadership in the St. Croix district over our procurement office, so we're just waiting for approval on that. And as far as the other positions, we are looking to promote internally into those positions.
Okay, so then when you promote internally, then you...
We have to fill, but it's an easier for us to fill because the training is not as, and skill set is not as needed for those senior positions.
And the contract specialist falls under what?
That's the procurement division.
And that's funded?
The contract specialist that is listed, that is funded under the business and commercial.
So they do lease contracts, that's what that is?
They do both. Well, the leasing specialist does the leases on the property side, and the special, and those on the procurement side are the contract specialists.
So you have a vacant facilities maintenance manager?
That has been filled.
That has been filled.
Okay, filled. And you have a contract tech?
We promoted that person to a contract administrator, but that position as well falls under the business and commercial, so we won't be able to use that funding.
And what is a special assistant? What is?
So
Special assistant doing what?
to be honest, there was a miscommunication in the position title. That's really our deputy commissioner of property. From the St. Croix district, but we use 60,000 from that funding to create a computer graphic technician, which is now hired under our printing division.
Let me make sure I get the names right here. So you have an assistant commissioner in the St. Croix district. That's a deputy, sorry, that's vacant.
Yes.
Correct.
And how long that been vacant?
From since January of 2023.
Okay, so that someone filled that position before.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Okay. Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to property and procurement, as we speak about the budget, we know that property and procurement, some way, shape or form, brings in revenues as far as the leases and what have you. And as the chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, I know we had a problem with our leases and getting farmers to get the leases. How is that going, and what you're doing to rectify that to make sure we bring in the revenues, the farmers have their leases, so they can be able to conduct their affairs?
Assistant Commissioner.
Assistant Commissioner Josette Walker. The team, the property team, met recently with Senator Carrion and his staff as it relates to the agricultural leasing program. So some initiatives are forthcoming from Senator Carrion's office. Additionally, the property and procurement team meets on a regular basis with the Department of Agriculture as it relates to leasing. The issue with the agricultural leases at this time are tied to the inability or the lack of insurance for agricultural farming in the territory. So we are working with Marshall and Sterling to provide guidance as they sit on the insurance board with the Lieutenant Governor's office as to how we can work around that situation. But aside from that, we are able to grant temporary agreements, and the Department of Agriculture actually issues permits, and we are seeking to have them fall more into compliance with the DPP standard, which is to provide one-year lease agreements, and then work our way towards multi-year leases with ratification from the legislature.
Thank you for placing that on the record, but I'm just going to place you all on notice when I hold my next committee hearing for the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. That will also bring in you guys, because I want to make sure that we're bringing in the revenues as we speak about a budget and making sure that the farmers are getting the leases, because some farmers haven't had a lease in years. And respect to my colleague who's trying to rectify the issue, but I really was hoping and praying that something could have been done internally regarding the process. But back to the budget, as far as the overall amount of leases, do you have documents where you have it in categories? You're getting revenues from this lease, whether it's for agriculture, this lease for government properties. Do you have it itemized and categorized for the various leases within government?
Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The Department of Agriculture maintains...
Yes or no question. Yes or no question. And it's not about agriculture, it's all across the board. For all the leases for government properties, and the list goes on that you have leasing, do you have it categorized? Yes or no?
It's a multi-tiered answer. I can't give a yes or no.
Yes or no question?
Not at this time.
Yes or no?
No, not at this time.
That's all I'm asking. So through the chair, I'm requesting that the Department of Property and Procurement sends to this committee a categorized documentation that speaks to the various leases within government so we can pay attention to the different revenue streams as we speak about a budget. We have to pay attention to the dollars and know where it is coming from. We can't just continue to do business as is. We need to know from agriculture, we have X, Y, and Z amount of leases coming in. This is how much we have. We are renting out X, Y, and Z property to such and such. This is what we have. If we really want to talk about a budget. I'm not sure if my time was called, but I will just keep going until the chair stops me. As far as the fleet, I know Property and Procurement sees the overall assessment of our fleet within government. As far as managing it and improving it to make sure that we're getting the bang for our buck and we're not losing money, what is being done internally to make sure that there's some cost savings there? Because everybody has a vehicle except the legislature, and we continue to get knocked about. Well, we see everybody with these vehicles, and some of them are misusing and abusing the vehicles. What are we doing within property procurement to secure our assets specifically for the vehicles and the fleets?
So, Senator, our fleet staff system is able to provide that type of information. We have provided training to all of the commissioners so that they can manage as well the usage within their agencies. We've requested a list of all drivers who's allowed to drive or who have 24-hour access, etc. So we are working on those. We have already provided the training, and we do send out our reports in terms of vehicle usages, etc. So we are working on that internally.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, as far as cost savings, have you done an assessment of our overall fleet within government to make sure that we can find some cost savings? Yes or no? And if it's a yes or a no, explain what you have been doing or what you plan to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Josette Walker, Assistant Commissioner. The Division of Transportation and the Virgin Islands Energy Office have been working simultaneously over the past 3 years as it relates to cost savings. So that includes the total life cycle of the vehicle from purchase to disposition of the vehicle, and it would include cost-benefit analysis as it relates to purchase of fuel and repairs over the life of that vehicle. So that is our approach moving forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. So going back to Senator James's question, and I think someone asked it earlier, and it's tied to the outstanding leases, meaning outstanding payments. Do we have a listing of on individuals who are in arrears significantly with their leases with the government properties?
Yes, Senator.
And what are we doing about it?
Well, we have, in our last meeting, we have begun a process to issue notice to cure, as well as we are applying our 10% on the late fees, but we are moving aggressively to issue those notice to cure.
What's the dollar amount?
Ms. Gordon? Administration.
I would have to generate a report.
We'll have to get back on that number.
We need to know the dollar amount, and I'm going to tell you why.
But we do have the information.
So when we bill our budgets, right, that comes from your business and commercial. At some point, more of because property and procurement is a revenue generating department, we should be seeing the general fund ask being lowered. We have to figure out how to balance our budget the real way. I don't know that we've been really focused on truly making sure that departments and agencies are accountable. You come to the legislature and we give you the general fund money. You have the business and commercials category where you basically administer those funds. But we should be able to reduce our general fund expenditures by the business and commercial that people are paying. We really need to get that information. I really wish that information we were able to put on a record. What's the number of outstanding leases? Yeah, I mean,
Vincent Richards.
What's the number?
I believe territorial-wise, like 164, 165 leases.
That's
No,
outstanding?
She's asking the value.
You said outstanding, the amount?
Yeah, outstanding, meaning like
The value.
in arrears.
As we said, I believe we have to get back to you with a specific.
No. So I come into a budget hearing. The question is, you don't have the dollar number, right? But we need to know, is 10 lease, is 5 lease, is 15 lease? How many people are not paying this government? Because the same people who don't pay this government are the same people who are saying they can't get their taxes, they can't get a tax refund. You can't get your tax refund if people ain't paying their bills here. So what's that number? How many people?
Senator, I don't have the specific in terms of number, but it's approximately around like 1.5
That's
million.
a lot of money.
It is.
So we should reduce your budget by 1.5? Bottom line is, what gets monitored gets done, right?
Correct.
And at some point on this side of the aisle, we have to begin to hold our departments and agencies accountable. If people are not paying their leases, what needs to happen? When you don't, let me ask you a question. I saw that you had something advisor, legal advisor. Do you take them to small claims court? Do you take folks to court when they don't pay their leases? Do you have an arm that's responsible for doing that outside of Ms. Moranci?
Moranci, Chief Legal Counsel. The eviction process would be done through the Department of Justice, through the Civil Division.
Is that happening?
Not
Is it
recently.
happening?
Not recently, no, Senator.
What are we doing? We're going to reduce our budget by the 1.5 million. Yes, we can't keep giving and we're not seeing anything coming back.
Agreed, Senator. It's a priority.
It has to become a priority. It can't be we come before the Senate, we ask for $5, we get $5. Okay, so what are you doing to generate what you're to generate? Mr. Richards, you want to say something?
Senator, if I may give you a little perspective. If the number is at 1.5, monthly we collect $400,000 monthly generally. So if you divide the 1.5 by 400,000, we're just talking about maybe three months payment late being behind. I want to believe after we provide you the details of the information, there's going to be a handful of individuals that are the problem tenants, and we saw. And I'm sure if we give it to you in historically for the last 5 years, the storms and COVID was one of the biggest issues that we've had. But in the last few months, we've come up with a program to go after these collections aggressively, and we intend to collect them aggressively and bring that number closer down to where it.
So we're going to reduce you by half, and then we're going to bring you in back half, to see how much work you do. Because we have to I have to literally pull it out of you. That's why you have provide us with the information. We're not going to just say, this is your budget for 2024. It's not going to happen. We have to show there must be some accountability, and that brings me to the KPIs for the Department of Property and Procurement. When we looked at the FY24 budget book, there is no KPIs for property and procurement. I mean, there could be a number of reasons why, but we need you to please forward your KPIs to the legislature as we build this budget so we could see exactly what's happening.
Gerda, can I say something?
Of course.
Gerda Sebastian, I want to ditto what DC Richards just said, and I guarantee you that the next time we sit here, we're going to look much better. We have gone out, we have knocked on their doors, we call them, and when they don't answer, we go to them. Last week, we spent our whole week visiting a lot of these tenants. And the monies are coming in. Okay. But I guarantee you'll see a change.
That's important. That's important as we work on the budget. We need to know that, folks have this way where they complain and say, so how are we generating revenues at this end? We have part of our responsibility. We have two big responsibilities, the budget of the government and the oversight. So that's the oversight component. Mr. Richards?
Senator, if I may respectfully, when we start to apply the pressure, tis this building that call we the most to give we a break on this one and give we a break on that one. So I'm just saying, we know what we have to do. We intend to do what we have to do. But when we apply the pressure...
I'm so happy that you said that. Because it's important to put it on the record that part of the problem that we have where folks feel that they don't have to do what they're supposed to do is because this body, we put ourselves in a position to do exactly what you just say. I'm not one of those people. I ain't doing it.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ascertain from the Commissioner or DC Richards as well if based on the same line of questioning with the leases, would the MRA system also be able to address this where we could get information at our fingertips?
Yes, Senator.
So then we need to get this up and running now. We do have the system already purchased and in your department, correct?
That is correct.
So what is the delay?
It's not completely, it's not fully rolled out as yet. As noted, it is at 50%. But irrespective, we can provide that information.
Okay, and if you need assistance from this body, you need to state that so that we can get this going. But look at where we're at today, and we're still acting like we're 40 years behind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I must concur with you. There's another quick question. It's tied to the comments that you made on page 13 of your testimony, where you spoke about the transition from the third-party oversight, which requires the Department of Property and Procurement to manage the capital assets. You said 2 warehouses are necessary.
Yes, Senator.
Yep. So one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. Is that an ask?
It is. Actually, we are in discussion with the administration in terms of looking at it. As you well know, a great deal of our challenges is because of how the assets come into our territory. So the team most time is not even aware that the assets are on the ground, whether they were actually received or not. And that is actually a system of accountability for us to be able to do the check and balances.
Okay, so you don't have the warehouses as we speak?
We don't have, no.
So right now, when you process a purchase order, the assets, the items rather, go directly, the assets,
Yes.
capital assets go directly to the department or agencies.
Agencies, correct.
And there's someone in there that should be responsible for tagging?
No, the Department of Property and Procurement does the tagging. However, it is when we receive notification, and that is some of the issues.
Okay, so what is the threshold then? What is your spending, what is the spending threshold for the majority of the department? Because I know that the Department of Education, I think their spending threshold is, we are moving to 100,000?
250.
250.
So Department
So
of
250.
Education is at 250. My office is at 1 million.
Okay, but the central government, the other central government agencies?
They remain at 50,000. We do have proposed legislature coming on that as well.
Are you proposing that we move it to?
Absolutely, because of the
to
cost
what
of living.
education have?
No.
To what?
150.
Yeah, but we don't need to wait and propose legislation for that. That's a non-germane amendment. We need to make progress. Yes, we need to move on with these things because we've been sitting on this for a minute. And I'm glad that you're moving it because we have a serious issue with when the Department of Tourism are dealing with the, what do you call those people? They're promoters?
Yes.
They have to go through, they ain't putting it on bid, they bring in them, so what is I to be looking for?
Mostly they do it on justification letters.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those.
Yeah, so it's some work that needs to be done. I mean, I'm
Absolutely.
certain there are other things that you're probably adding to that legislation, but sending those things on sooner than later. Let's see if we could get it done during the budget process, because it's an important measure. Okay?
Agreed. Thank you.
All right. I think Senator Joseph had a point of inquiry, and then we're going to close out.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I did have, well, it was actually two, but I'll just ask one. I wanted you look at page 17 of the post-audit report. I see here as far as the contracts, and you have some of them, but for the specific one, I wanted to look at the purpose. You have the purpose for 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. The purchase and delivery of household and cleaning supplies to various agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands in the St. Thomas, St. John district. 4 of those contracts for 4 different vendors is for the same purpose. Why is that?
For groceries? And that is because the solicitation is really competitive, so it allows for multiple bidders. We go with the lowest cost, whoever proposed the lowest.
Okay, because you have it for the same period, but I didn't see anything for St. Croix.
It should be there.
Well, probably
second
is not
page.
in,
It's on the-
but if you could send us a listing of that. And Madam Chair, just one more.
We will.
Also, can you send it through the chair a listing of all unleased properties that we have? Do we have unleased properties that we do have within our within our inventory?
So raw land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
I don't know that it's raw land. It's just basically unleased property.
Yeah, it's property.
Okay.
Do we have that data, Mr. Richards? Is it a lot?
99 pages.
It would be a lot. Yes. Senator.
Is it something that can be emailed?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we
email
can
it.
get it.
We'd get
Absolutely.
everything emailed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. We're going to, I think we've covered outstanding leases, KPIs. one more thing, Central Warehouse Fund. I noticed that on the Central Warehouse Fund that you're proposing a recommendation or ask of 920,000 as opposed to 703 for FY23. Are you is it that the Central Warehouse is going to be providing more, more items for available to the different departments and agencies, and you're encouraging them to utilize Central Warehouse?
Well, that's one. That's one issue, Senator. But again, post-pandemic prices the market is unstable. The cost of these commodities are through the roof, and we have been kind of trying to use some flexibility, agility in the way that we have been purchasing. So most of our purchases now, maybe outside of contracts, because we've denied the increases to those line items. So we're doing open market. So that's one of the greatest challenge right now we have.
Yeah, that's tough. We have not been able to control costs. And it's really tough for us to figure out how to control costs here, because I don't know how, our Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, I don't know that they have a handle on, what the goods are, as far as the cost when they come into the territory, when they hit the shelves, etc. It's really difficult.
All the logistics are impacted. And as soon as we execute a contract, we're getting letters to change prices and costs. So,
okay, colleagues, I hate to ask the burning question, but do we have any other questions before we allow the commissioner nominee to wrap up this afternoon? Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your...
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seconds, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What financial impact on transferring approval authority of the construction contract payments to the Department of Public Works? How has that changed the effectiveness or efficiency of payments to vendors?
Well, Senator, I can't speak to the financial impact of it as yet, but I can speak in terms of my office. It was a way of being able to get those vendors, reducing the number of steps in the process of approval, one, so creating more efficiency in the process, and as well as it allowed my very short staff team to be able to pay attention to other issues within the division. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Senator Fonseca?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, during a disaster, you are in charge of ESF number 1 transportation. So in the detail of the fleet, I want you to specify the 70 heavy equipment, because I've been told that Public Works only have one backhoe on St. Thomas, but it's non-operational. So when you give me the listing, please indicate if the vehicles are operational or non-operational. Thank you very much.
That's true to Chair, correct? Okay, perfect. All right, Commissioner nominee, do we have any? Oh, Senator, carry on.
With regards to the federal grants or funding, you're not anticipating any for FY24. Can you give me a balance with regards to the Virgin Islands Care Act funding that you received? If there's any remaining balance?
Gerda Sebastian, currently we have a balance of $35,000 right now in the fund. We had 214. But we utilize 177,000. So somewhere around 40 or 30 something thousand should be available in the fund.
Very well. And lastly, regards to your vehicle fleet, there are some vehicles there, 2007, 2008, 2009, I'm seeing there. What is your plan with regards to those vehicles?
We do have a pending action coming up in both districts right now, in the St. Croix, St. Thomas district, I believe in September and October of this year. So we will be taking some offline for auctions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, any senators in St. Croix? All right, Commissioner nominee. Alejandro?
Senator Francis.
Senator Francis, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner Alejandro, I just wanted to ask you, in terms of our final wrap-up, what about this budget give you a reason for concern or give you a reason for pause? Do you see any challenges with the budget that have been submitted on your behalf?
Yes, I believe questions surrounding and even raised in this body, of course, our need for the warehousing that is not here definitely leave us pause, but I can say that I have been having discussions with the administration, with the Office of the Governor in addressing these concerns moving forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Okay, so you speak about a need for warehouses. We have a number of our school properties in both districts that are no longer in use. What prevents us from utilizing those properties to take care of the government business?
Well, nothing, Senator. As we discussed a little bit earlier, there are quite a few agencies that are repurposing some of these properties that we have, including schools here in the territory. So nothing prohibits us. It's about getting the funding to be able to bring them up to past standard for occupation.
All right, well, we look forward to hear what the plans are because we moved that legislation, I think in the 34th, to allow for use of those schools. And one of the things that's important to us is we're going to have to look at if those entities are paying rent, how are they going to be giving back to our schools?
Yes.
That's a very important thing for us. So we have to look at that as well. Okay, so I think finally there's no other question. So you may proceed with your 30-second close.
Thank you. I want to close this afternoon by saying, first of all, thank you to this body and for asking the questions that we need to address our internal processes and just to create better governance for our people. I definitely look forward in having those dialogues with this body. And I want to thank my team here for their hard work, my team that is actually at the office today as well. Thank you very much for your part and your role in preparing us for today's hearing. I want to also say thank you to our administration for listening to these concerns and being willing to address them. Again, thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you to your very able team for responding to the questions today. And we definitely look forward to working with you. And if there's anything that we can do to really make this process better, because you are a huge part of, how the government and the government departments function and their ability to function. So whatever we can do, we will make sure that we place ourselves in a position to do it when it comes to our budget. But again, it's important that we know that on your end that you are doing all that you could do to secure the necessary dollars so we can in fact support you as well. So colleagues, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. I'm not seeing the folks from Housing Authority. They should have been here from noon. I'm not seeing them. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. So the committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to please read the next agenda item into the record.
Block 2, VI Housing Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Robert Graham, Chief Executive Officer, VI Housing Authority. This ends the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, we do, Madam
You may
Chair.
proceed.
Letter dated July 12, 2023, addressed to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, USVI 00804. There, Senator Fred Gregory, I regret to inform you that I will be unable to attend the budget hearing on Monday, July 17th, 2023, due to medical obligations off island. During my absence, Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, who is authorized to act on my behalf, will attend and present the budget testimony. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and as always, please feel free to contact me if you have any questions or concerns. Sincerely, Robert Graham, CPM, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority. This concludes the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to hear from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on their budget presentation for fiscal year 2024. I'm going to ask the Housing Authority's team to put their name and title on the record. We do have Mrs. Lydia Pell here with us, the Chief Operating Officer. So, Ms. Pell, please put your name and title on the record, and the other team members will follow suit. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer.
Good afternoon. Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director.
Good afternoon. Leisha Francis, Human Resources Manager.
Good afternoon. Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer.
All right, thank you. And before we proceed, we did receive correspondence from Mr. Graham. So is he out on extended leave, or he is just out on leave for this week? Ms. Pell. Mrs. Pell.
Senator Gregory, Mr. Graham is out on medical leave. We're not sure. He doesn't have a date of his return right
Okay,
now.
good.
Yes.
Okay, that's important for us because usually when individuals are send notices of once they have not vacated the position, then we kind of try to reschedule when they're available. So you're saying that you are not aware, or you don't have information as to when he'll be able to return based on his medical leave.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So you may proceed with today's testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Vice Chair Novelli Francis Jr., Committee members, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Giovanni James Sr. Good afternoon to all other distinguished senators present today, legislative staff, citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, our dedicated VHA team, and the listening public. I am Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I will be presenting today's testimony on behalf of Mr. Robert Graham, our Executive Director, who could not be here today. Joining me in the well are Ms. Cecile Tong Foy, our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Akela Anthony, our Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and Ms. Leisha Francis, our HR Manager. In presenting the testimony regarding the Housing Authority's budget, I will provide an overview of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's budget trends and its impact on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for the fiscal year 2023 calendar year. VHA's fiscal year differs from the government of the Virgin Islands. It commences on January 1st and ends on December 31st. First, each year, we provide a framework for our budgets by sharing the trends in federal funding from HUD. Although currently the HUD budget picture is unclear, we are somewhat optimistic of the ultimate funding levels that will be provided to HUD. There are 12 appropriation bills, including the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development and related agencies. Both the House and the Senate Appropriations Committee recently issued their allocations. The Senate's allocations issued are set at
1
$88
second,
billion.
Mrs. Pill. You need to pull the mic closer to you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Whereas the House allocations are at $65 billion, resulting in a $23 billion discrepancy between the two chambers. While the negotiations will try to be consistent with the recently passed Fiscal Responsibility Act, which capped federal spending for 2 years. In the end, we expect that HUD will be funded at the same levels as in the prior year at approximately $72.2 billion. On March 13, 2023, the Biden administration released its full fiscal year 2024 budget request, generally for public housing and related programs. The proposal is a modest increase over previous years. The administration requests a total of $73.3 billion in discretionary funding for HUD, a $1.1 billion or 1.6% increase over the FY 2023 enacted level. In a first-of-its-kind proposal, the administration seeks to provide housing assistance on the mandatory side of the federal budget process. This historic mandatory funding proposal amounts to a significant housing investment for extremely low-income renters and the public housing program. Specifically, the proposed funding would provide $7.6 billion in funding to rehabilitate and redevelop distressed public housing and $22 billion in housing vouchers for extremely low-income veterans and youth aging out of foster care system. Accordingly, VHA applauds and strongly supports the administration's historic and groundbreaking funding approach to help meet the need of the persons facing housing insecurity. If approved, these funds will support underserved communities and equitable community development, increase the access to affordable housing through construction and repairs, encourage homeownership and wealth building, advance sustainable communities, promote climate resilience and environmental justice, and strengthen HUD's internal capacity. Second, I will now discuss VHA's current allocation of HUD's FY 2023 federal funds. Our Public Housing Authority programs. Locally, for the current fiscal year, HUD will provide approximately $59.5 million to the Housing Authority. These funds will be used to assist about 4,000 families with housing in the territory. This housing subsidy will help over 2,000 public housing families and up to 2,000 low to moderate income families utilizing housing choice vouchers. VIA's three significant program budget components are: one, the public housing program; two, the capital fund grant program; and three, the housing choice voucher program, formerly known as Section 8. The Table 1 outlines the funding received from HUD to support the programs above and other smaller programs. These budgeted and authorized allocations will be used to support the activities and initiatives of the Housing Authority and lay a foundation for continued progress. Our public housing operating subsidy. HUD provides $5.1 billion on operating subsidy annually to approximately 3,000 public housing authorities managing about 7,000 public housing developments, and assistance to over 1.1 million low-income families. Operating assistance is essential and provided to bridge the gap between what residents pay and the actual cost of operating the developments. During FY 2023, VIA projects operating subsidy funds of $18.9 million, an increase of approximately $721,000 from the fiscal year 2022 budget. This increase is due primarily to HUD's aggressive budget allocation over the prior year. In our capital fund program grant, HUD has requested $3.2 billion for the Public Housing Authority's capital fund, a continuation of the amount as the previous year. This year, HUD provides $11.2 million in capital fund program grant funds to maintain the authority's public housing inventory. This amount is approximately $851,000 more than the $10.4 million received last year. VIA's physical needs assessment is roughly $200 million, and in addition to maintaining building systems in the public housing inventory, the capital fund grant funds are also used for development financing, comprehensive modernization of public housing developments, physical improvements for reasonable accommodation, and improvement in management operations. VIA was awarded roughly $10.8 million for the capital fund grant in fiscal year 2023. But these funds will not be used until fiscal year 2024. VIA's use of these funds will be to achieve the authority's goal as it relates to improving the buildings for our residents, increasing occupancy in public housing, decreasing water costs, and leveraging these resources to contribute to the preservation of the current assets while partnering with our developers to build new and affordable developments. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program. In fiscal year 2023, HUD awarded $30.2 billion to public housing authorities to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Of this amount, VIA's annual budget authority is $15 million to serve approximately 700 landlords this year. The monthly housing assistance payments to landlords total approximately $1.2 million to assist about 1,500 eligible families with vouchers. For the families VIA assists, the voucher program consists of two primary types of assistance: tenant-based and project-based vouchers. The tenant-based waiting list consists of 900 applicants. For the 6 project-based communities, the combined waiting lists have approximately 3,300 applicants. The waiting list for both programs remain open for applicants. To support the administration of the voucher program this year, HUD has requested $2.8 billion for all housing authorities. Accordingly, the Housing Authority has budgeted approximately $1.9 million in administrative fees this year. This funding is needed for operational needs and to cover salaries for the 20 full-time employees assigned to the program. With expectations to continuously help more families, VIHA expects to house 200 to 300 more families each year as developments are converted to project-based vouchers through the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, otherwise known as RAD. As a result, we will increase staff as necessary to efficiently house more families and strengthen our support for landlords and families. Within the voucher program, there are 6 smaller but significant grants with allocations totaling approximately $1 million for special need families, which are as follows. First, we have the Foster Youth to Independence. That's approximately $130,517. Currently, the voucher program receives 24 Foster Youth to Independence vouchers, which are tenant-based vouchers to partner with public child welfare agencies. These vouchers are designated only to assist youth aging out of foster care and are at risk of becoming homeless. VIHA continually processes these applications for eligibility. We have issued 7 vouchers and housed 2 participants. Working with the Department of Human Services and other partners, we expect to utilize all available vouchers within the next 12 months. The second program, mainstream vouchers. $97,212. These tenant-based vouchers are designated to assist non-elderly persons with disabilities. The funding provided 75 vouchers effective January 1, 2021. To date, there are a total of 16 families housed. Through public notification, approximately 200 applicants were identified as eligible. These applicants must seek out available units in the private marketplace. We expect at least 10 additional vouchers this year. The third program, the emergency housing vouchers, is funded at $659,751. These 20 vouchers are designed to assist the following family types: homeless, recently homeless, at risk of homelessness, and families fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking. VIHA has 8 vouchers leased with 12 families currently searching for suitable rental units. We are working with our continuum of care partners to ensure families receive the help they need to find units. The fourth program is a single room occupancy program. It's funded at $45,539. This program provides funding for 8 vouchers. To use these funds, the authority has partnered with the Methodist Training and Outreach Center to house families or individuals. Currently, there are 4 families housed within 4 prospective new admissions in the next 90 days. The 5th program is the Resident Occupancy and Family Self-Sufficiency Program. It's funded at $98,883. This funding is to pay the salary and benefits of VIHA's Family Self-Sufficiency Coordinator. The FSS program has 17 individuals participating, which requires eligible participants to develop a 5-year plan of action consisting of immediate and long-term goals tailored to their specific needs. These goals are also designed to improve marketable skills, guide residents to the next career steps, and develop the tools and methodology to make sound personal and professional decisions. In return, the Housing Authority maintains escrow savings account for the head of households with contributions from a portion of the rent forgiven as the resident's earnings, and then increased as the residents' earnings increased during the 5-year period. Sorry about that. The escrow funds gained can be used as a down payment on a home or car, for car repairs, or to pursue educational opportunities. Our goal is to double the number of families we help in this program. The sixth program is the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, otherwise known as VASH. This program is funded at $37,000. Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing VASH vouchers are designated for homeless veterans granted through the Veterans Administration. VIHA is actively working in collaboration with the Veterans Affairs Office to improve recruitment to the program. Currently, there are 24 vouchers allotted to the program, 6 families housed, 3 on St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas, 4 families projected for voucher issuance around June 2023, and there'll be 2 on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix, 2 veterans searching for units on St. Thomas, and 2 new leases expected within the next 90 days. The public housing program budgets. VIHA's fiscal reporting period is from January to December. VIHA's 4 preliminary budgets are shown below, and they are 1, the Low Income Public Housing Operating Fund, 2, the Capital Fund Grant Program, 3, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and 4, the Central Office Cost Center. The Low Income Public Housing. The public housing operating budget in Table 2 below provides funds to manage approximately 3,000 public housing units in 21 communities. VIHA's public housing inventory consists of 11 property groupings called Asset Management Projects, or AMPs. The inventory is grouped into 4 AMPs in the St. Thomas district and 7 in the St. Croix district. VIHA directly operates 9 AMPs. The other 2 are managed by private management companies, and they are Louis C. Brown 1 and Louis C. Brown 2. Table 2 below shows an income statement comparison for 2 years, fiscal year 2022 and 2023. VIHA's significant revenues are from HUD's operating subsidies and tenant dwelling rent. The total budgeted revenues for FY 2022 and FY 2023 were the same at $25.3 million. VIHA's budgeted expenditures for FY 2022 were at $25 million, and FY 23 projected expenditures are at $24.8 million, with a projected cash flow of approximately $500,000. The Capital Fund Program. The Capital Fund Program provides funds annually to approximately 3,200 public housing agencies across the country. Public housing authorities may use capital fund grants for major repairs to old building systems, new construction, and management improvements. The annual capital funding of $11.2 million from HUD is not enough to address the normal wear and tear on public housing units that are over 50 years old. In contrast, VIHA's unmet capital need is approximately $200 million for 3,000 public housing units. However, the physical needs estimate will gradually decrease as the old public housing units are replaced with new developments. As shown in our Table 3 below, over the last 5 years, HUD provided $52.2 million in capital fund program grants. Of the total grants, VIHA has obligated $38.1 million, or 73% of these funds. As of May 2023, VIHA expended $36.6 million, or 70.2% of its authorized funds. By aggressively using the available fund, VIHA consistently complies with HUD's obligation and expenditure deadlines for all CFP grants. The Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, formerly known as the Section 8 program, is the federal government's major program for assisting very low-income families, the elderly, veterans, and the disabled to afford decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private market. With the severe shortage of units available to rent, families continue to find it challenging to locate apartments. To address the challenge this year, VIHA has implemented its Landlord Incentive Program. This program will reward landlords with $1,000 one-time bonus to rent to a Housing Choice Voucher participant. If a landlord owns more than one unit or a building with several units, each unit lease will be eligible for the bonus. Regarding the budget, VIHA has an annual budget authority of $15.5 million to provide housing assistance to 2,071 eligible families. Currently, there are 1,455, or 70.3% of the total vouchers currently leased, as shown in the table below. VIHA pays approximately $15 million annually in housing assistance payments, otherwise known as HAP, directly to about 700 landlords in the territory and the mainland. During fiscal year 2023, VIHA expects to pay on average $824 per month, or $9,888 annually, to each landlord to house an average household of 3 persons. VIHA spends more on average, 24% more to house a family locally than on the mainland. On the mainland, the average annual payment per household is approximately $8,000. Our costs are higher to compete with private sector households that can afford to pay higher rents. The impact is that we spend more per household on average, which determines the number of households we can serve. This dynamic contributes to the shortage of available units to lease to our waiting list families. As of May 2023, the tenant-based and project-based waiting list combined consisted of 4,200 families. The average wait time for individuals on the tenant-based waiting list is about 2 years. Our Central Office Cost Center. The Central Office Cost Center, or COCC as we refer it to, provides fiscal, operational oversight, and IT services to our asset management projects, or AMPs. In exchange for these services, the COCC charges fees to the AMPs. These fees fall into 3 basic categories: asset management, property management, and bookkeeping fees. There are HUD restrictions on how the fees are calculated and when they can be charged. The COCC has 5 component units: the Executive Office, Accounting and Procurement, Information Technology, Human Resources, and the Modernization and Development Department. Our Table 5 below shows the Central Office Cost Center's unaudited fiscal year 2022 revenues and expenditures and the fiscal year 2023 budget approved by VIHA's Board of Commissioners. An overview of the fiscal year 2023 budgeted revenues. The total fiscal year 2023 revenues for the COCC were $5.1 million, approximately $248,000 less than fiscal year 2022. The asset management fees collected were the primary revenue source, $2 million or 40% of the total revenue. The other primary drive of revenue is the fees. Those fees charged to the capital fund program, which is 22% of the total. The remaining 4 fee categories contribute 38% of the total revenues. An overview of the fiscal year 2023 budgeted expenses. The total fiscal year 2023 expenses for the COCC were also $5.1 million, approximately $303,000 less than fiscal year 2022. Each year, the 5 major line items as shown are consistent. For FY 2023, the COCC's net cash flow budgeted was $55,190. Personnel. For FY 2023, VIA has 214 budgeted full-time positions, an 11% decrease of 240 positions from FY 2022. Table 6 below will list the budgeted positions for the previous and the current fiscal years by department. To date, there are 185 filled positions and 29 vacant full-time positions. The authority is committed to hiring and retaining qualified individuals to meet the demands of maintaining the current public housing portfolio and the ongoing development of new and affordable housing. Other federal funds. VIHA has worked closely with the Office of Disaster Recovery, VITEMA, and FEMA to process approximately 85 project worksheets with an estimated value of $240 million. VIA has completed 4 significant disaster recovery projects: the demolition of 5 buildings at Estate Tutu, roof repairs at Michael J. Corwin Terrace, Contant Knowles roof repairs, and Paul M. Pearson garden roof repairs. Further, roof repairs have been completed at Joseph E. James Terrace and Marley Homes and Addition, with repair work continuing at other sites such as Williams Delight, and design is in process to start repairing roofs at H.H. Berg's Home Additions and the Estate Bavoni properties on St. Thomas. VIA continues to fund repairs to individual units due to damages caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. However, the main focus is to repair the building exteriors for resiliency in the event of another hurricane. Further, where feasible, VIHA is also leveraging its FEMA funding in the project's ongoing comprehensive modernization, like at the Walter I. M. Hodge revitalization site or in new construction projects. VIHA's fleet. VIHA currently operates a fleet of 79 vehicles between the 2 districts of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The fleet of vehicles consists of cars, vans, golf carts, backhoes, and trucks. Our bank accounts. VIA has several bank accounts. As required by policy to prevent or minimize fraudulent activity, a formal reconciliation is performed monthly for each bank account by the assigned accountants who do not have deposit or check writing responsibilities. Our independent auditors audit all bank accounts. Our professional services contracts. VIHA has approximately 30 professional services contracts. They're listed in the table 9 below. These contractors provide knowledge and expert skills in their respective areas thus enabling the authority to gain valuable insight and strategies, to optimize its day-to-day operations. Vendor payments. VIHA consistently pays its vendors within 30 days when an invoice is received. On average, VIHA processes approximately $2 million in invoices monthly and pays 98% of all its invoice net 30. Of the vendors with outstanding balances, the Water and Power Authority has the most significant balance bill due to unresolved water consumption of approximately $3 million. Discussions are ongoing with WAPA's collection and accounts key manager to reconcile and resolve the balances. Utilities comprise approximately 25% of the total operating budget for the properties. Annually, VIHA pays approximately $7 million annually to WAPA for water and electricity. Our real property rent and leases. Currently, VIHA does not lease any real property from the government of the Virgin Islands. However, VIHA leases 8 properties to several government agencies: the Department of Human Services, the Department of Health, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. VIHA is in discussions with the Department of Property and Procurement to coordinate land swap on St. Thomas and St. Croix. St. Thomas, 3 leased properties: the Wilhelm George Community Center, the George Simmons Community Center, and the VIPD Zone C precinct in Anna's Retreat. And on St. Croix, 3 vacant lots in exchange for the land of the former Ralph D. Chabert Public Housing Community. The land swaps will facilitate the acquisition of buildable land to support our redevelopment plan. VIHA's fiscal year 2023 accomplishments. A summary of the authority's accomplishments in the current year includes: the authority's overall financial health continues to be financially strong due to its well-managed fiscal and federal programs, as reflected in our clean audits, our positive cash flow, and excellent reserves. Programmatically, the Housing Choice Voucher Program is standard and the low-income public housing is substandard in performance. On HUD's report card, these programs reflect significant challenges to improve operations and require a corrective action plan to address its deficiencies. Post-pandemic, the authority continues to work through the challenge of understaffing with almost 30 vacant positions within 2/3 of the maintenance area. Supply chain issues and material shortages still hamper timely preventative maintenance. As a result, the authority was unable to fully manage its preventative maintenance program, which resulted in lower inspection scores for most of our communities this year. Currently, the authority has implemented a corrective action plan and updating its preventative processes to address our most pressing maintenance challenges. In the next 12 months, the authority will increase the occupancy of its viable units, decrease the volume of work orders in its occupied units, and reduce the volume of tenant accounts receivable. The condition of the public housing inventory must be viewed in the context of its average age, which is about 50 years. Our most recent physical needs assessment documents our deferred capital improvements at approximately $2 million for an inventory of almost 3,000 units. The condition of the aged inventory underlies significant physical and functional deficiencies in the building systems that are well past their useful life. Our long-term plan will replace the inventory with sustainable financial assistance with project-based voucher funding. A summary of our work this year includes continued implementation of our almost should be $2 billion redevelopment plan. And in summary, the plan calls for complete replacement of the entire 3,000 units of public housing, with half new construction and half of its units to be comprehensively modernized. The 5-phase plan will produce approximately 30 phases of 100-unit developments. Towards that goal this year, we have 4 active projects, 2 in construction, 1 in pre-construction, and 1 in pre-development stage. A summary of those projects are as follows. The Estate Duno redevelopment project on St. Thomas, it's our 2-2 phase 1, consists of 84 units. Currently, the notice to proceed to the general contractor was issued on December 7, 2020. The developer partner is Penrose. The financing for this project is a combination of low-income tax credits equity, construction bridge loan funds, and CDBG-DR program funds. After 12 months of a construction stoppage, the principal parties have reached a settlement that is being presented to the courts for closure. It is expected that the work will resume in the 3rd quarter of this year, with probable construction completion by the end of 2024. The Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion Revitalization Project is on St. Croix, consists of 248 units. We had a financial closing for this project on June 10, 2022. The total development cost is approximately $117 million, including a construction budget of $74 million. The developer partner is MDG. The general contractor is J. Benton Construction. The financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, FEMA 404, CDBG-DR, and low-income housing tax credit equity. The first phase, 84 units, is scheduled for a ribbon cutting on September 28, 2023. The projected completion date for all units is December 2024. The D. Hamilton Jackson and Alfonso Piggy Gerard communities on St. Croix, 136 units. The project is in its pre-development phase with design drawings complete, contractor procurement complete, and a financial closing expected in the last quarter of 2023. The total development cost is approximately $118 million. Our developer partner on this project is MDG. The financing for the project is a combination of FEMA 428, CDBG-DR, 9 and 4% low-income tax credit equity coupled with a tax-exempt bonds. The last project, the Estate 22 North Phase 1 Senior, is on St. Thomas, consists of 60 units. The project is in the second phase of the project is a second phase of the 3-phase replacement of 22 high-rise apartments. The project is in the pre-development phase with design drawings complete, and a financial closing is expected in December 23 as well. Our developer partner is Penrose. The financing for this project is a combination of FEMA 428, 4% low-income tax credit equity, and tax-exempt bonds. VIHA's FY24 goals and objective. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority has identified its fiscal year 2024 goals and objectives, which are aligned with its current fiscal year 2023 strategies to continue replacing the public housing inventory. As stated above, VIHA will continue the implementation of its portfolio repositioning strategy to revitalize all the developments on St. Thomas and St. Croix in full compliance with all federal regulations and control requirements. Our first 6 projects with our development partners are listed below. and there are several practical goals to support the above redevelopment efforts. We will continue collaborating with the Housing Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery to utilize its CDBGDR funds to preserve and produce affordable housing, rental units, and increase homeownership opportunities. We will continue implementation of new resident services model called Bright Path. We will continue improving preventative maintenance operations at all our current public housing sites. We will also be improving our curb appeal at all public housing developments. In closing, the Housing Authority plans to accomplish these goals by effectively managing our public housing assets and utilizing all funds received from FEMA, HUD, and private sector financing to deliver lower density, energy independent, and attractive affordable housing in the best interest of our residents. In all our activities, the Housing Authority will comply with all federal regulations and notices and directives. I would like to end my testimony by thanking you, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and the other members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity afforded to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to provide testimony on our budgets and operations. We are grateful for the continued support and look forward to answering questions relating to this testimony. Once again, I'd like to thank the employees of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for their ongoing commitment, hard work, and diligence to ensure our residents have a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pell, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And let me just ask you this very quick question. I listened to your testimony, and I know that in Frederiksted, St. Croix in particular, the Ludwig Harrigan Court community on St. Croix was demolished, but I don't think that you made any mention of it in your testimony, or did I miss it?
Senator, it was not mentioned. We tried to keep the projects in line that are scheduled for 2024. Harrigan will be in the 2025.
So that project will start in 25, or is projected to be completed in 25?
Projected to start in 2025.
And how do we determine which projects got priority?
A lot of what went into the priority of the projects had to do with the significant, first of all, some sustained significant damages from the hurricanes. Those were one of the things that we looked at that prioritized it moving up or down on the priority list, along with the impact that we would see from the sites being improved. Some of the other influences of the priorities include the number of elderly that were at that site, and we tried to focus on providing new housing, affordable housing for seniors.
Okay, that's important. I think that just yesterday, I was engaged in a conversation about the fact that we have an aging community here in the territory, and we are now our parents. Mm-hmm. And we really need to begin to figure out how we're going to ensure that there is facilities for the aging population, the elderly here in the Virgin Islands. Is there any, and I'm not certain that this falls under you, so if it doesn't, just say, I think it's probably Human Services, but a consideration or a collaboration for an assisted living facility home?
The assisted living community issue is something we are also looking at. I know it is a priority for the Department of Human Services, and we continue to collaborate with them on it as well. We do offer assistance as they're redeveloping Herbert Grigg and some of the other elderly sites in their purview. But that is something we are looking at providing as we redevelop.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a priority outside of, housing authority. It needs to be a priority for the territory, and then we figure out how to collaborate with HFA and the other entities to, in fact, address assisted living homes. So I don't think that we should leave it entirely up to you, but we should get involved in how we could really make it a reality. Of course, we have to figure out the space, et cetera, but I think it's definitely a priority. Many of us in 2018 actually campaigned on assisted living homes here in the territory, I being one of them, so that's how I know. So that's something that's been on the top of my radar, and I'm certain on all of us. So, many times we look to the federal government to fund or to move or to be the mover and the shaker of what we need, but we have to lend our voices to get these things moving as well. So that's something that we really need to become more laser focused on here as we do our work in this institution and in the central government overall. All right, colleagues, Senator Blyden, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, so you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. COO Pell and your supporting team there with you, Ms. Cecile Foy-Tong, Ms. Anthony, Ms. Francis. Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for your testimony. Let me go right to it. I know that based on your testimony, through HUD, some 2,000 families in the territory on the housing program and 2,000 on the Section 8 program are assisted. And with the Section 8 program, it was spoken to some $15 million that assist 700 households in the territory. I think that's significant and that's important. Let me ask you though, in regard to your testimony, you spoke to the estate donor redevelopment project 2 phase 1, the 84 units. And I know you have litigation going on, but can you state how much funds have been expended to date for that project?
Senator, approximately $20 million.
$20 million?
Yes.
Okay, very, very well. Also, let me ask in response to the disaster recovery funds that was allocated to date. The FEMA PA, which is $240 million, the FEMA 404, $26 million, and CDBG DR, $56,650,000. That's how much have been allocated. Do we know how much have been expended to date from those funds?
Senator, I do not have that figure today, but it's something that we can get for you.
Okay, through the chair, please. I'll appreciate that. Professional service contracts. Do you have any outstanding balances when it comes to those contracts? Everyone is paid up to date?
I'd like our Chief Financial Officer to respond, please. Ms.
Very
Cecile
well.
Foy.
Senator, as invoices are received, that's when the bills are paid. So they're ongoing.
Okay, very well. Also, can you tell me the status of the 5 buildings in Exit 22? What's the status of those buildings? The demolition?
I'm sorry, I missed that. The 5.
The 5 buildings in Estate 22, the demolition of them? What the status? What the status of that project?
Oh, the five buildings
Yes.
are completed. The first 5 buildings, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 22. On the turnkey side,
Yes.
those buildings are in phase 4 of the demolition. We currently have contracted phase 2 and 3 of the demolition on the Ras Valley side.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Francis, let me ask you, on the personnel for 2023, you spoke to an 11% decrease of 240 positions from 2022. What's being done in respect to bringing folks on board? What's being done in respect to training individuals that are already on board and assisting in the gap that's going on within the authority?
Well, currently we're actually, as I speak now, we have some staff who are undergoing some training. The property managers, assistant property managers, and the supporting staff are receiving certification training all of this week. So that's ongoing. We're also the foremen are being certified as well.
Okay, so after this training, they will be certified.
Yes, there's an exam following the training.
And I don't know if any of you can answer this question. Maybe you may spell, because as you stated in the testimony, the age of the building, etc., and you spoke to some new maintenance plan that's being implemented. Can you speak to that, please?
I can speak briefly about it.
30 seconds.
That was brief. One of the things that we're going to be doing is 100% of every single public housing unit is going to be inspected by third-party contractors starting in August of this year. In addition to that, In addition to that, we have increased inspections of units at all our properties. So instead of once a year, properties will be inspected 4 times a year.
4 times a year by these contractors?
No, by our staff. The 4 times, the contractors once, 100%, and then continually on an annual basis, our staff will be doing 4 inspections per year.
4 inspections per year?
Yes.
With the local staff?
That's correct.
How many vacancies, may I ask, do we have?
We currently have 28 vacancies.
28 vacancies. So those vacancies will have to be filled in order to help to assist and complete this task, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, very, very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Did you get the final response? You're good? All right. Let's go back quickly to Senator Blyden's question around the inspections. So you say once an external contractor, and after that, each quarter?
No, annually. So basically, yes, roughly each quarter. But they'll be scheduled.
Internal staff, once a quarter, and an external contractor, once a year.
Right.
What's the rationale behind that?
I'll tell you. The external contractor, what happened effective July 1 this year, HUD implemented a new inspection program called Inspire. Before it was REACT. It was just REACT inspections. So that new implementation, the new way of doing the HUD scored inspection is going to be done by this company.
Is a company?
Yes.
So this company is out of where?
They're out of, I believe it's Florida.
And they bid on this, or how did that work?
That is correct. We did a solicitation. So there are specific companies that just do HUD inspections.
Okay, that's really what I was trying to get at. And we don't have any companies like that locally.
No, we have individuals who are certified, but not companies.
Okay. All right, thank you. Senator Bulkers, you're recognized. I see Senator Milton Potter, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Potter. Good afternoon. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Just to follow up on your question, Madam Chair, this new entity that will be doing the inspections annually, is that going to be paid for out of your HUD subsidy or HUD budget that you receive, or is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development going to absorb that cost proper?
It's an indirect cost. I mean, HUD gives us the money. We use the same money.
But you weren't paying for the inspectors for REACT, were you?
No, we were not. What we did was implement a process that most other housing authorities do that we were not doing. Most other housing authorities, prior to the scheduled REACT inspections, they have a third-party company that does a pre-REACT inspection. We were not implementing that. And this was a lesson learned that we were implementing for the first time this year, so that we have accurate information on what the deficiencies are in every single unit, so that the scores can be higher this year.
Oh, okay. I will have follow-up questions on my time, Madam Chair. Thank you kindly.
So I think what the senator was trying to get at, so does that increase your financial need? And is the federal government giving you an increased budget to support this what we would consider a new initiative?
No, we're not getting any additional funds. We're utilizing the funds that we have now.
So then your challenges with your financial health, and when you say financial health, I mean, you said that your financial health is good because you keep good records, but your financial resources,
correct,
then something else will be impacted. I mean, what kind of money are we talking about for this? I mean, I totally agree that these inspections need to take place because there's a lot of complaints about different challenges, but what does that cost approximately look like?
It's roughly about $40,000 annually. And we have the contract for 3 years.
Okay. $40,000 annually. For all of the units that we have here.
That is correct.
Okay. That seems very low. That seems territory-wide?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're going to each unit that we have?
Every single unit.
And how many units do we have?
2,525 units occupied.
That's what, $100 and something per unit? How much that is? Come on, help me do the math. I ain't a mathematician. I ain't gonna make 40,000, 2,500 units.
About 2,500.
Yeah, 320? 320 per unit? Okay, that seems reasonable then. All right, Senator Bulgas, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, COO Pell and the leadership team of the Housing Authority. I wanted to ask a question about WAPA. What actions and steps are you taking to resolve the outstanding balance for the unresolved water consumption? Are there any specific plans or agreements to address that issue?
Okay.
And bring it to a resolution?
Good afternoon, Senator. We have been working with Ms. Myers at WAPA, and one of the things we have been doing is cross-checking the spread. What she's doing, she's sending me spreadsheets, and we're reviewing what their consumption is against what their consumption, what WAPA's consumption is against what V has said it more or less should be. Now, one of our issues, as you know, WAPA's monthly bills are very inconsistent. So when it comes, and we have had the billings where it's so excessive, and if we know there's not a leak, then we know there's a problem. And WAPA has been working with us on an ongoing basis. So what we have been doing was we pay an average of what we think it should be. And we are, each and every month, we're waiting to see exactly, working with them to see exactly what is it that we should be paying, and what it has not been resolved as yet. However, we're hoping within the next 3 months, 3 to 6 months, we should have it resolved.
Let's try to resolve that, because that goes on the backs of the people who are renting, and I know that it's an issue that you're dealing with, but it's unstable, and we really need to
Well,
take
the
a quick
thing
look
is,
at
the
it.
water cost is VHA's cost. It's not passed on to the tenants.
Okay, so it's not passed on. I apologize.
sir.
Okay, very well, very well. And how are you ensuring the timely processing of invoices with the net 30 terms? Are there any specific procedures in place to facilitate the management of invoices in a timely fashion?
Yes, sir. As soon as invoices are received, they're stamped in and they're processed. We follow our procurement process. We process our requisitions. The requisitions are approved, and then the manager, the directors, they approve the purchase orders, and that's the only way that a vendor is paid.
Okay. And concerning how your goals and objectives for 2024 in your statement, particularly in terms of revitalizing public housing developments and collaborating with Housing Finance and ODR, you mentioned implementing the Bright Path Resident Services model and improving preventative maintenance and curb appeal. How are these goals going to be financially supported and aligned with federal regulations and funding sources?
1 minute.
Senator, those goals are aligned based on, like, for example, Bright Path. Bright Path it's a baby born through Mr. Graham that is actually funded from our development projects. Our developers are budgeting about $15,000 a unit to make sure that these social services are available in these new developments, instead of it being the last line item that gets cut from the budget. Additionally, ODR, Adrienne Williams and her team, Dana Clendenin and her team, and HFA have been, human catalyst in making sure that they see the need for these projects, the viability and resiliency they bring, and they make sure that the Housing Authority is offered the assistance it needs to make these projects a reality, and the funding.
Okay, very well. Madam Chair, may I have one last tidbit before? Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the estimated dollar sign budget cost of restarting the Dunu redevelopment project? Is there a cost associated with the restart?
There is a cost. We do not know what that amount is right now. We have awarded to a new contractor to restart, and we are negotiating with them on the pricing.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your lenience.
Thank you, Senator Bulkus. The senator was talking about WAPA, so let's talk about waste management. Yeah. Let's talk about trash removal. Currently, I believe in my research that the housing authority do not pay for trash in the communities. Is that an accurate statement?
That is correct.
And because there's an arrangement between the GVA and the federal government, HFA, regarding the whole trash removal situation. Tell me why that's the case? Because I have some challenges with it, but there is a reason. Do you recall what it is? Do you know what it is?
It was part of the agreement, the cooperative agreement back in 1956, I believe.
That's the word.
In which the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development went into agreement with the territory for the purchasing of the public housing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the
that's what it
in-kind
is.
services, yes.
Yeah, so that's what it was, the cooperative agreement between the federal government and the VA government.
Correct.
But I think that we are long past that. One of my pet peeves is and I'm certain many of my colleagues have traveled all over, and when we look at the Virgin Islands, we just see so much trash strewn throughout just all over the place. And many of us, to include myself, I do not pay for my trash. And I have a very serious problem with the fact that I don't pay for my trash. Because when you pass the bins, there is a company that have to come and pick up that trash. And each year, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority comes to this institution and we give them 50-something, 30-something million dollars annually for waste management related operations. And at some point, we have to figure out, and I'm going to get in trouble for this, but it's our reality. We have to figure out how do each one of us cover that expense. Because when we look at our healthcare, and we look particularly our healthcare, because we can't really say our educational system, because there's lots of federal dollars that flows into our educational system. But, we have this one-off. And when we look at our healthcare system, we want to have a good healthcare system, but we are only able to give them a very insignificant amount of money every year, and we have universal healthcare. So it means that every single person that walks into our hospital here in the territory, they get service. And many of us walk away after the service is provided with $30,000 and $40,000 bills. That's uncompensated care. We got to figure out how to balance this, colleagues. We have to. And, I've been at this for quite some time, making like some baby steps on it. But, folks are a little timid and afraid to really say, yeah, we got to do something about how do we cover the expenses for our trash. And I asked the question because since 1954?
Yes, I believe
1954, the agreement was made. That's 1956. How much years ago that was?
A lot.
That's 68, 67 years ago, something like that, right? That agreement was made, and we still ain't paying for trash. The world has changed. The Virgin Islands has changed significantly. The question that I have for you is, if we were to move in that direction, how do you get your budgets or your appropriations from the federal government? Is it based on your expenses? Do you present your expenses? If we decide that, you gotta give us something, because what does that look like?
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator. HUD appropriates funds to the authority based on the total annual contribution contracts, which are the units in each community.
What's a contribution contract? Help me.
For example, Oswald Harris Court, they have 298 units. So those are our annual contribution contract, which HUD has a responsibility to ensure it funds the community for operations and every expenses that it will incur for the fiscal year.
So they put a dollar amount on each unit as to what they're going to fund?
Yes, there are specific forms that must be filled out, and they're forwarded to HUD on an annual basis. Normally it's in like October, and HUD will then review the eligibility, and then they will determine what the funding source will be for each community.
So nothing prevents us from having a notwithstanding clause. All right. We really need to start thinking about, how are we able to cover our expenses here as we work on these budgets in the legislature. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience, and welcome. I am so proud of Miss Lydia Hughes Pell. I'll tell you a little story, right? Miss Lydia Hughes Pell, who is here before us today, right? I don't think there's anybody in the whole Virgin Islands has more construction experience than Miss Pell. She has dealt with all the contractors, custom builders, Kenrick Thomas Construction, you name them, all of the architects, engineers. When did you first start in housing, Miss Pell?
I started in 1995.
1995. You see that? I got 4 questions. 2 of them is easy and 2 of them is hard. Let's go back to the physical needs assessment on page 7, right? Because I want you to explain to the community exactly what the physical needs assessment means and how it basically limits what the housing authority can do. So tell us, what is the physical needs assessment?
So the physical needs assessment is our annual review of what it would take, the funding it would take, the repairs, the improvements it would take for every single public housing community to be a safe, decent, and living apartment.
Right, exactly. So right now, the housing authority would need about $200 million to be able to fix up the communities. And I stood in this position because that's what I did. I used to come before the legislature in that position. So quickly now, let's go to page 18 with phase 1 of 2.2. You're planning to build 60 senior, those are, I assume, independent living facilities?
That is correct.
Okay, so which side is that going to be? And tell us about accessibility and those issues.
Sure. The design for that structure was done by through the developer Penrose architectural firm WRT. That location will be where our old central office was in Anna's Retreat. That whole entire area right above this educational complex will be totally demolished, and that new structure will be there.
Okay, good. So that was a too easy question. No, I got beat up on you a little bit because they're gonna say a bias, being that she was my assistant for about 17 years. So, okay, so the cisterns, right? When was the last time you cleaned the cisterns? What are your plans for using that water in the cisterns?
So right now the cisterns, as you know, under the HUD receivership, they were put out of commission. Since then, we have gotten 1 grant from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We've revitalization the Oswald Harris Court into our RO system. And then as we do each development, we are repairing and replacing and putting the cisterns back up online. So Louis C. Brown, phase 1, 2, 3, all has cistern capacity. Walter I. M. Hodge will retain its cistern capacity. As each one is coming back online, we've included that in the redevelopment cost.
Okay, good. Ms. Hughes has her master's degree in architecture from Tulane University, right? I think it was Tulane. Okay, so now I was over by Lucinda Millen the other day, and I saw my good friend Chet Sherwood Heiliger, and he said, Fonseca, they cut off the cable down at Lucinda Millen. The elderly, we need to do all we can at the elderly. Why did they cut off the cable? They had free cable. Why they cut off the cable at Lucinda Millen? I was down there just Friday. What's happening with that? What's happening with the cable?
Senator Fonseca, I'm not sure, but we can make sure to investigate that. Yes, that is a service that I believe we provide for Lucinda Millen. Okay, so if it is cut, we will make sure that that is restored as soon as possible.
Okay, good, because, Sherwood Heiliger is another notable gentleman in the community, and we want to make sure that the free cable at Lucinda Millen continue. I know, Madam Chair, can I ask just one question? because I wanted to follow up. I don't know if the Housing Chair, Senator Blyden, had asked this question, and if I may, then I'll relieve because I had to step out. But with the Anna's Retreat home ownership issue, tell me what's going on with that.
To date, in regards to that, we're still waiting for those individuals to come and meet with the Housing Authority in regards to that matter. So as soon as we can get a date, we can sit down with them to resolve that pending issue.
Okay, thank you very much. And Housing Chair, Mr. Blyden, I think we need to follow up on that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Well, I'm now going to recognize Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, COO Ms. Pell. You mentioned in your testimony on page 7 that what you received from the HUD for the annual capital funding is $11.2 million, and that is not enough to address the normal wear and tear of the public housing units that are over 50 years old. And you mentioned that it's around 200 million, right? Correct. So what conversations is the agency having with HUD, and if any lobbying is being done, even with our delegate to Congress or so forth, to see how we can increase that funding to ensure that we cover that area? So what are the initiatives the department is having?
So this situation is not just a Virgin Islands Housing Authority. All public housing authorities are going through a similar situation. It's a consistent conversation. As you saw in our testimony, we discussed appropriations between the Senate and the House and the amount of funds between fiscal year 2022 and 2023 that were not realized. Additionally, those amounts, if HUD could write us a check for $200 million, that would be our best day ever. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, and the allocations that are received for capital improvements are based on the number of standing units in any particular portfolio. So it's a dollar rate per unit that is calculated by HUD.
I hear you. So
the conversations do continue. We beg for money all the time.
Got you. With regards to this land swap that you also mentioned in your testimony, that there is ongoing discussion, and there are 3 potential lots on the St. Croix area looking to exchange for where D. Shepherd used to be, right?
Correct.
Share a little bit with us. What are those discussions? How are they going? Are you foreseeing a closure soon? And what are those 3 lots that you're interested in?
The 3 lots are more in the, I won't go into the parcel numbers, but I'll tell you it's more in the center of the island. There
Not
is
agricultural land, right?
One of the lots maybe, but the Department of Property and Procurement will present that issue at that time.
Okay. And also, I see that based on your table for VIHA, real property rent and lease, that basically all are pending, those leases that you have with the government.
Correct.
What is the expiration date then on those leases? How long have they been pending? And what's the reason for that?
Right now, the issue came up because of the change in leadership at Property and Procurement. We were in the middle of doing the renewals at the time that the leadership changed.
So it hasn't been pending more than a year?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you should be closing this out pretty soon?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to your waiting list, do you purge a list? How frequently or often is that list purged? Because I saw one you have about 900 individuals on that waiting list. So just curious to find out.
I'll let Ms. Anthony talk about
1 minute.
the purging of waiting lists.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. We purge our waiting list. We're actually currently purging our project-based waiting list in particular because those are the longer lists. And that's happening this summer as we speak. When we look at our tenant-based waiting list, those families are recent applicants, so we wanted to do that last as we have more recent information about interested families.
But do you purge every year, every 6 months?
We typically would try to purge once per year.
Once per year?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to Louis E. Brown Villas 1 and 2, those are the only ones you have privately managed?
1, 2, and 3. Go ahead, Ms. Bennett.
No, actually, we have the Celestino A. White Community on St. Thomas and LEB 1, 2, and 3. Walter I. M. Hodge, that is under revitalization right now, would also be.
Thank you. My time was called. But just in wrap up, do you have those included like within your professional services? Is there a cost with the privately managed units?
No,
Can
those
you share
costs
that?
were negotiated when the deals were closed. So that cost, we receive monthly statements from them, but that cost, they receive a portion of subsidy from us to assist in the management, but those costs are not borne by
All right.
us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being that it's a budget hearing, let me ask you, in respect to your TARs, what does that number look like when it comes to your outstanding receivables and your number of vacancies listing?
Please share with the community what that means.
Oh, sorry. The TARs, the tenant's account receivable, which is the outstanding balances that the tenants owe in rent, and also the number when it comes to the vacancy listing, the vacant units listing, which brings in income. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll discuss the vacancy and then Ms. Foy will discuss the TARs. Currently, our vacant units right now are a total of approximately 376 units. Of that I'm looking at the wrong number. Overall total is 595 vacancies. Of that 595 vacancies, 376 of them are considered non-viable. That means those units are going through a process of scheduled either demolition or RAD, or home ownership in the case of Williams Delight. Currently, the authority is at an occupancy percentage of approximately 90%. That is something that we haven't had for decades.
Correct. And of the 376, what the potential income of that number? When it comes to the 376, what the potential income, just in terms of an estimated number?
Well, those units would not be viable. So it's talking about the units at 2-2 that we will be demolishing.
Got you.
The units at Williams Delight we're selling for home ownership.
Got you.
Right.
Senator Blyden.
Senator Blyden.
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's fine.
It's a budget question.
Go ahead. Was your question answered?
The one, not the TARs.
Do you want to repeat your question,
The
Senator
question
Blyden?
about the TARs account receivables wasn't answered.
Okay, without having it in front of me, but at the end of May, if I can recollect, we think we had approximately almost $750,000 outstanding in rent. However, if you remember, Senator Blyden, several years ago, our TARs receivable were over $1 million. So it's going down. It is reducing.
Okay, so we have 37 units that are uninhabited. People are not using 37 units. That's what am I to understand from
376.
Sorry, 376 units. And are those units in severe disrepair?
22 high rise.
Okay, so those are 22 high rise.
208. Williams Delight, which will be selling a home ownership at 166. And 2 lots in Mambiju, which we'll be selling around next month.
Okay, so I know the decision was to demolish or to have the folks move out at 22 high rise, right? And again, Tonki?
Yeah, Tonki.
22 high rise. So which one are you talking about? Tonki?
The entire unit. Remember, we already demolished 5.
Right.
We're in the process of demolishing 2 other phases, which consist of approximately 8 more buildings, and then the 4th phase on the turnkey
So
side.
that's Tonki?
Yes.
Okay, so was there some liability issue as to why the tenants had to move out of turnkey before you were ready for to actually begin the actual demolishing and rebuilding part of it? Because I never really understood why we would do that when we have such a huge housing stock issue in the territory.
It was really a safety issue. There were a lot of concerns that if another storm came right after the 2 Cat 5s, that those buildings had been compromised and it wouldn't be able to sustain the safety for the residents.
Okay. Well, that's a good enough explanation. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Speedy recovery and best of health to Mr. Graham. But, you know, so accustomed to see Mr. Graham say, Ms. Pell, you could answer. And to see you here in front, you know, the good days. So keep doing what you're doing. Now, I like talking personnel again. How many employees do you have?
We currently have 185 employees.
185. Okay, so then the post-audit report showing for the 185, we are saying you have 27 vacancies? And
28 vacancies.
28 vacancies. Okay, and then how many did you have for the 23 budget? You had 240 positions with 64 vacancies at a time. So your vacancies gone down or they gone up? I'm trying to see, from the 23 budget to now, you had 64 vacant positions in the 23 budget. So for the 24 budget, we're looking at 27.
No.
But what has gone up or down? Your exempt positions have gone down, and your non-exempt positions gone up. Based on the post-audit report I'm looking at, page 10. It says exempt positions 86, non-exempt 128, total of 214. But you're saying you have 184?
Remember, this data is from back in March, so the figure that you...
Oh, you're trying to get the math straight.
I think the data was from March. When you say
Your total filled positions right now is how much? 184?
That's of March.
Senator, as when the deliverables were requested from VIHA, the data was sent was March data.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you say your total number of positions is 184?
As of May, I think we're up to 185, as Ms.
Okay.
Leisha stated.
Okay, so 185.
June.
And 28 vacancies. So out of the 185 is 86 exempt
Yes, currently we're showing when there was, we have 86 exempt, 128. That's non-exempt.
1 minute.
Okay, okay, that's what I'm checking out. Now, so the exempt and non-exempt, you don't have no unionized employees, because you all,
Yes, our non-exempt
Okay.
are our unionized employees.
okay, and when last have they received a wage increase?
Wage increase as
January.
agreed was in January, sir.
Okay, so since you don't get no money you don't get any money from the general fund or from the VI government altogether?
We do not.
General fund, you don't?
We do not.
So how are their wage increases factored in?
When you say factored in, how are
Yeah,
they paid?
how are they paid?
Okay, they're paid from the low-income housing, public housing annual budget.
Oh, okay, okay. So as of January, all of them
Yes.
were covered up to date?
Yes, every employee receive an increase.
And the exempt employees also?
Yes.
Time.
Okay, that's good. See, just on time, my question was answered.
Yes.
So everybody was paid a wage increase as of January 2023.
Yes.
Anybody owe any retro monies?
No, sir.
No? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Do you have challenges with your voucher programs as far as being able to cover the need? That makes sense?
Can you please repeat the question,
Your voucher
Senator?
programs? So do you have challenges with not being able to support all of the applicants?
No, ma'am. Annually, HUD authorizes our annual budget authority of the 15 million. In the event that there's a shortfall, we'll request HUD additional funding.
And they provide
from
it?
HUD. Yes, ma'am.
So there's no challenges there?
No.
So is there a challenge with individuals not getting the services or the assistance, I think is the better word, in a timely fashion? And if there is, why?
Ms. Akela.
Because I think I've heard some concerns around, the timely issuing of the vouchers and the homeowners or waiting for a very long time to, get the tenants situated.
Well, I think one of our biggest challenges, as we've been discussing, would be families finding units, because we know that there's an issue with the housing stock. So one of the things that we did and we've been doing for the past years is, instead of allowing families the 4-month period to search for a unit, we've extended that to 1 year. So the families that we see holding vouchers, some of them had vouchers for well over 4 months searching for units. And that's just so that we could get to our goal of housing families. In terms of payments to landlords, we do try, one of our mantras is to pay on time at the first of every month. One of the things that is happening with the program as we speak is we've had an influx of requests for rent increases from our landlords. As you know, there was a moratorium on rent increases in the territory for 2 years. So we weren't able to grant increases to landlords. That was lifted this year, and then we received the large volume. So we're currently processing those payments, processing those new contracts in order to pay landlords an agreed reasonable rent amount according to the increase that they requested from our program. One of our goals is to reduce the time frame to pay new landlords. Typically, it would take us 30 days. We are working feverishly to reduce that to a 2-week period once we have the documents in our office to go ahead and pay the rightful owner of the property. And this goes along with our incentive to landlords, at a $1,000 incentive in order to attract landlords to our program.
So once an individual identifies a potential house, if you will, what is your period for them to be able to move in and process all the paperwork, etc., to actually get into that unit?
It's typically 30 days. We're working towards a 2-week period.
Okay.
So, and that's because we have to go through the process of making sure that we're paying the right person, verifying the owner. And we also have to do our inspection, and it has to pass that inspection
And you
as
have
well.
a team of how many people doing that?
We have an allocation of 20. We're down to about 14 people, 14, 16 people. We do have a few people on contract, so yes,
So that's territory-wide. So
Yes.
how many in St. Thomas? How many in St.
we have
Thomas?
10 in St. Thomas, and right now we're down to 4 in St. Croix.
So down to 4 in St. Croix,
Yes.
and how many in the St. Thomas St. John?
10.
10. Whoa. 4 on St. Croix.
Yeah,
So-
and that's because we've had some recent vacancies in the St. Croix district, along with the St. Thomas district. So we're currently recruiting.
Oh, you're currently recruiting?
Yes.
Yeah, so I could see where that could possibly become a challenge, because we've gotten calls with frustrations around that, around this particular issue that I'm asking, and not necessarily from the tenant, but from the homeowner.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Very much, Madam Chair, and everyone, and thank you, Ms. COO Pell, for your testimony here on the behalf of Mr. Graham, and again, I wish him a speedy recovery. I wanted to ask you, is it a fact that there is no way, shape, or form the local government subsidize any of the VIHA funding? No? Do you receive any local funding from the GVI?
We do not receive any funding. However, we will accept funding as long as you have it. We can always use it.
Very well. So I know I just wanted that to be on the record so that the public is aware of it, that you're totally federally funded. However, you are part of the government employees retirement system, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how is that payment allocated to GRS? That comes directly from the federal government to GRS?
The payments are made biweekly through payroll deductions directly through GRS.
And you're up to date in that space?
Yes, sir, we are.
Very well, thank you. CEO Pell, what is the symbiosis between the VIHA and HFA in regards to the CDBG?
In regards to any particular project? I apologize.
Are you receiving any CDBG funding? Is there any symbiosis going on? Any agreements in regards to CDBG funding?
So most of our redevelopment projects have an allocation from CDBG DR. The regular CDBG program, we do not have funding under that program.
And tell us a little bit about the timeliness of the CDBG DR. Is that currently being in place? Are you pending such funding, or what's happening with the CDBG DR fund at this time?
CDBG DR funds are they're current. We do have some administrative issues that we are working through with the HFA team to ensure that timely funding is paid. But those things are being worked out. It's 100. Say, for example, the Hajj project. The Hajj project is a $117 million project. Construction is about $74 million. It is a lot of payroll, a lot of Section 3 reports, a lot of monthly reporting that has to be done for that particular project for CDBG-DR. The CDBG-DR program may not be as intense in other areas, but
30
particularly for
seconds.
for the disaster recovery, it is it is a precise reporting that has to be done for the territory.
So you don't have any problem with that area right now, correct? If there's no problem, that's fine.
We do not.
Very well. Quickly, as my time expires, Williams Elite, tell me, is there have all of the homes within the Williams Elite area been evaluated for any mold issue?
Time.
They haven't been evaluated on a holistic, but individually, as we get reports, we do make sure that a company is called in, a third-party company, to verify if it's mold versus mildew. There are cases where, because of the coating on the roofing may be compromised and water is settling, we do have some mildew, but mold is something we take very seriously and make sure that we do have confirmation of it.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I just complete? I got two other quick questions.
You may proceed.
Thank you. And in regards to the availability of home ownership at Williams Elite, I know that we've been talking about this for quite some time. Where are we with that? I know you started to sell the homes, you stopped, you started again, you stopped. Where are we in completing the home ownership availability for Williams Elite?
So currently we have 35 homes that have been sold. We're in the process through structural analysis that we did twice to make sure that it was accurate. In the process of getting approvals to demolish about 100 units, and also in the process of funding the repairs to about 60 units.
Okay, thank you for that. And my final question on this round is in regards to technology. I've been asking over the years for VIGN to support the different community centers, and I'm getting reports that in fact there is some work being done to address the community centers receiving their internet connections and other means. Is that in fact occurring at this time?
That is correct. Various community centers have Wi-Fi access through VINGN. The access is still current. I can even get it from Ario Diaz from right inside my office.
Excellent. And I'll wait for any. I have an additional question or two, but I'll wait until the second round for that. Thank you very much for your response, CEO Pell.
Mr. President, please proceed with your question. You could go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead and ask your question, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. CEO Pell, is there any pending litigation, any judgment against VHA that this body should be aware of?
The authority has litigations. In regards to this body's knowledge of those litigations, not at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let's get clear on that question. The question basically was, do you currently have litigations?
Yes.
Are you being litigated against?
Yes.
How many do you have?
One.
One. Okay. I think that was a question. But let's go back to Williams Elite. So Williams Elite, if my memory serves me correct, are like single homes, right?
Correct.
And the move is to rebuild them, to demolish some and rebuild?
Demolish some, approximately 100 of them, and refurbish approximately 60 of them.
So, are there any opportunities for home ownership in that area?
Yes, the priority for home ownership in that area comes to first priority is the residents that live there. We have several inquiries. People are calling from all over trying to purchase it, and we are constantly turning them away and said no. The residents who are currently residing in that community have first preference.
So is this program started or?
Yes, we've sold 35 homes to date. We're in the process. We have about 40 people who are pre-qualified, are in various levels of processing right
How does
now.
this work? Do you pay, like the rent that you're currently paying, does it go towards it for a particular period? What is a year, 2 years? And then you could, how are we helping the residents in that area to actually qualify to buy the actual home?
The homes are being sold for, as of the appraisal we received about 2 weeks ago, about 50% less than the market value, roughly.
So are you assisting them though? So is there an assistance? Because I remember,
Yes.
for instance, the Anna's Retreat homes in Anna's.
Correct.
Housing. I'm a benefit, okay? My mother's a benefit.
Mhm.
So my mom was able to pay down a certain amount of her rent in order to end up owning that home eventually. So do we still have those types of programs to assist folks with home ownership? That's the question.
Yes. So the FSS, the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, can assist those individuals by taking portions of their rent, escrowing it towards home ownership.
And they're aware of that?
We are actually pushing it a lot more because we are trying to make sure that those individuals who we see who live in Williams Delight with that need, we're pushing it a lot more now to make sure that they utilize the program.
Okay, you're saying a lot more. So it sounds like you had a point in time where the folks were not aware.
Exactly.
Which is not good business. I mean, I think what is important for us to see is as we have individuals living in housing communities, you want to see them moving to owning their own homes. So being able to purchase their own homes, and part of our responsibility is to make sure that whatever programs that are available, that we do the necessary education, if you will. So I'm hoping that that's something because then it takes the burden off of you as well.
Correct.
Right? So I'm hoping that conversation is a conversation that's occurring all the time, and there's information out there so they could understand what's available to them. Okay?
Correct.
All right. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Really, I want to thank the personnel here from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I believe you ladies, all ladies, are doing your very best to assure that our residents are housed in safe and decent sanitary housing. I do have a question regarding the employees now. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate the employees' morale at the Housing Authority? Not too much time.
We do know that the What? Senator Blyden, you have a number?
Madam Chair, can I get a response, please?
You have to hold the senator's time. First of all, when you're answering the question, you have to answer the question to the senator that's speaking, okay?
Thank you. It's very difficult to
On a
give you
scale from
rating.
1 to 10, not too much time.
1 to 10?
Yes. With 10 being a very good.
Overall, I would say a 6.
6. Okay, and so what is causing that?
It's a number of different.
Give some, at least 2 indications of what is causing the low morale.
Based on what the employees talk about, they always talk about getting more money. They talk about leadership. Those
Okay.
are two of
Okay.
the top things that I
Okay,
can think
and
of.
I understand, especially regarding leadership. Tell me, what is the score that, and this is for you, COO Pell, what was the score you received for the FAS scores? Can you share that with us?
Yes, the FAS score the Housing Authority received for 2022 was a 61.
Okay, and there are several indicators within that FAS score.
Correct.
And this goes to my issue regarding the buildings, the maintenance of the buildings. What is the maximum you could receive for the physical?
I don't have that number in front of
For
me.
the physical FAS. Okay, but that's something we need to look at.
Yes.
Okay, also, I wanted to ask, there are various, so if you could send that information to us, because I know, and I'm saying this because you mentioned it was substandard in your documentation, in your testimony.
Correct.
And that's why I'm asking, because the REAC will give you your FAS scores and the like, correct? And your audits and everything.
Correct.
So you already mentioned it. And if you are substandard, then what's the next level below that? That's troubled.
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't want us, because I was working at the Housing Authority when we came out of troubled. So there's no regression back to there. Okay, it's only upward and forward. So I'm very concerned about that. You only mentioned in your report, in your testimony rather, that only the financial was doing excellent. So I'm thinking with all of those other indicators, we are doing not good.
It could be better.
It could
definitely.
Okay.
And that's what we're striving to as one of our goals this year.
1 minute.
Okay, I do have some questions regarding the RAD now. How many communities have you looked at for the RAD?
There are about 12 sites.
Can you indicate them for us?
I don't have them all today, but I can.
Is John F. Kennedy Housing Community 1? That
Yes.
one is in particular?
Yes.
And so that one is looking to be demolished and redeveloped. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Oh, geez, I'm Brett. I also wanted to ask about where we're looking at as far as ARPA funding, because I looked at your grants. You only have your federal grants. You have your HUD subsidy, you have the FSS, and you have the capital funds, right? Is
Correct.
there any other federal grants that you have received?
Not at this time.
In this document,
Time.
which was, Madam Chair, I'm going somewhere with this, if I may. In the recovery plan for the Virgin Islands that the governor actually sent into the U.S. Treasury for the ARPA, and I can share this with you. It says you're supposed to be getting about $8 million here for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Did you receive any of that federal funding? It says here on page 10, the recovery plan includes $8 million for supplemental housing vouchers for qualified renters.
We did not receive any of those funds.
Okay, that's troubling to me. And it should be also troubling to our colleagues here, because we don't control this ARPA money. And we have a major need for housing, low and moderate income housing, and any representation to help build up that stock and make it available to our people should be priority one, because everything depends on housing. You can't do any type of work here. Some people, you have to have a place to live. You have to have some place to live. And also, I wanted to ask you is and this is operational, when is your next tenant council being sworn in?
I don't have the date, but
Okay.
we are doing a swearing in, yes.
You're doing a swearing in for the next tenant council. Okay, Madam Chair, I am finished with all my questions. Thank you so kindly for allowing me the time to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. You used an acronym. Was it RAN or RAD? Could you please tell us, for the sake of this community, we have to be mindful of these acronyms. What is RAD?
RAD is the Rental Demonstration, Rental Assistance Demonstration Program.
Rental Assistance Demonstration. So how long are we demonstrating? We still demonstrating?
No, we're implementing. So the first project that's RAD is the Walter I. M. Hodge.
Okay, I see. Okay, so this is basically a new program.
Correct.
I got
The
it.
next projects will be D. Hamilton Jackson and Alfonso Piggy Gerard.
Okay, and so all of them are in this district, Islands District of St. Croix. What did
They're
you say?
not
What was
all
that?
there, but
The
those are
first three.
Right.
Okay, got it. All right. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to Chief Executive Officer Ms. Lydia Pell and your executive team, Ms. Foy, Ms. Anthony, and Ms. Francis. Ms. Pell, is it safe to say that the strategy of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority is to ultimately have fewer housing units under your management portfolio, along with us not building the vertical structures anymore, with us possibly having management companies, taking over? Ultimately, is that the look?
It's the look across most of the United States. It's just the reality of how affordable housing is transforming throughout the United States.
They can be utilizing the vouchers.
The RAD program, tax credits,
Okay.
Yes,
Etc.
bonds, etc.
So ultimately, and just from my rational thinking, ultimately, will that lead to a reduction in staffing, maybe managers and maybe maintenance persons and the like?
Some reduction, but so far, as we have started with the first project at Walter I. M. Hodge, almost every single employee that they were able to retain came from the Housing Authority.
Oh, great.
The transition of individuals from the United States to work in the territory is a huge transition, and such that the management companies are figuring out that our staff, and nobody does management better than the Housing Authority, have the expertise for property housing management than the individuals that currently work at the Housing Authority. And such, we see that most of the staffing will be retained by these management companies.
Okay. That makes good sense. So is this something, is there like discussions, are there discussions with existing employees as to, what may be anticipated? How is that?
A lot of the discussion is, am I going to have a job? And in having a job sitting for you, that is not necessarily the case. Our individuals, like Ms. Francis said earlier, are currently being trained to become certified maintenance, foremen, maintenance workers, etc. The property managers, the assistant property managers, along with also giving them tax credit training. So that additional training, we're actually preparing them for
Making
the
them
transition.
more marketable.
Correct.
Excellent.
Make them more marketable.
Excellent. I was listening, I think, last week to the news, and I was really feeling good initially about the hurricane season. It was supposed to be a below average hurricane season.
Right.
Now we heard from NOAA that things have ticked up and it's anticipated that it's an above average hurricane season, which we've
Correct.
become accustomed to. Recently, a couple weeks ago, with the moderately heavy rains, my office got a few calls from Contact Knolls, residents in Contact Knolls, and I don't know if you're aware of it, who said that they were, with the moderate rains, it wasn't any big heavy rains, they had to be sweeping mud from out of their living rooms. Is that something that you're aware of? If it is, just from a safety and security standpoint in this hurricane season, is there a permanent fix that is in the works to address this issue?
Senator, yes, there is a permanent fix. We submitted for hazard mitigation relief for that particular situation, for that particular building. What it basically boiled down to, when the road was paved, the road is above the level of the floor for the bottom units. And when they paved the road, they sloped the drainage of the water, majority of the water, over the hillside into that area. So when there's heavy rains or any moderate rains, that particular building has that condition. It's something we're aware of, and it's in the works and being designed to be resolved.
Do you think it's realistic for us to see something for this hurricane season? I mean, we are in hurricane season right now. What sort of time frame are you thinking?
It'll be close. It'll be close. Sometime probably around December, January.
Okay. Okay. With regards to the
1 minute
landlord incentive program that you mentioned, I was pleased to hear that. How many Section 8, and it's no longer Section 8, Ms. Anthony, right? With that program, how many actual housing units are needed based on the demand right now, or for FY 2024? What will the demand be for
30 seconds?
We're estimating an additional 200 to 300 units that we would like to see come online to help our families on our waiting list.
Okay, 200 to 300. Regarding the program, are you advertising? What sort of marketing strategy are you utilizing to let people know that landlords, there is this potential $1,000 bonus program that we have? Is that currently in place, or is that something you anticipate?
So the incentive program began on June 1st of this year. We're starting with radio talk shows. We expect to expand to electronic billboards throughout the island, using newsletters and any other avenue, public publications to let landlords know. We've been participating in housing fairs throughout the territory in an attempt to recruit landlords. We're hoping that as the hotel units come online and the Airbnb business is starting to shift, that those landlords would consider the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
What's normally the impediment to potential landlords, agreeing to participate in the voucher program? And maybe it may be a myth, I don't know, but what normally keeps landlords from participating, in your view, from your experience? So
it's a federally funded program, and it requires documentation. So we do need to ensure that we're able to identify the true owner of the property. There's also the issue relative to taxes, because it's federal money. Landlords will receive that 1099. And they would have to pay taxes on the income that they receive from our program. And then we have the requirements about our inspections. Units must be decent, safe, and sanitary according to housing quality standards as we speak. But the voucher program is also going to be moving to the Inspire program that we mentioned earlier for low-income public housing, and that takes effect on October 1st. So we believe that those are some of the challenges. some of our landlords have. But one of the things we always say is it's sustainable income, it's long-term income. We have so many families in our territory that need the assistance. These are working families throughout our territory, and we would like to see them receive the homes, the healthy homes that they deserve as well. One of the things that we did is that we requested a higher standard of payment from the federal government, and we were granted the opportunity to increase our payment standards to 120% of the published FMRs. And that gives our families buying power as they look at the private market and renting units. So we're trying our best to match what we see in a private rental industry, but we definitely need to see those Airbnb units come over to the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Thank you, Ms. Anthony. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair.
Senator, do you have another question?
I do. One more?
You can ask it.
This must be my birthday today. I wanted to just give you an opportunity, Ms. Pell, to share with us just a little bit about the scope of the duties and responsibilities of the Resident Wellness and Empowerment Department. I think that's a unit that you have. It sounds really great. I just wanted to know, exactly what is the scope and responsibilities? How is it going? How is it working?
Sure. Senator, my version of it would do no justice than if Emanuela Perez Casillas was here. This is her baby as well as Mr. Graham's. But I would say it's a revamping of what was just resident services and bringing an element of social services to a new level so that our residents actually, there is a holistic approach to making sure that they receive assistance when assistance is needed, not just thrown at them. The care, the building of families, etc., has been something that was last on the list and never a priority, and it's the implementation of such a program.
That's satisfactory.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Pell.
All right, thank you. Just let me ask you very quickly: is the housing authority still in receivership?
It is not.
It's not. So we were in receivership from when? You've been around a minute.
2002 till about 2014.
2014.
14.
And Mr. Graham came as a result of the receivership, correct? Like during that?
No, there were several receivers during the time of receivership, but he's the first permanent executive director that came outside of the receivership.
Permanent executive director. And what do you call the rating? The rating of your...
The FAS score?
The FAS score.
Yes.
FAS score.
PHAS.
Okay, FAS score.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your FAS score right now?
A 61.
So you have 61%, and that's on a rate of... So if
100.
If you're in school, you'd get a D minus, right?
It's passing, though.
No.
So pass, fail.
No, 50% is a F. So it would be a D. So what's the scale? 61 is a D.
Yes.
70 is a C.
Right. But it's not that type of scale.
So you're on a C, so 100 is?
Pretty much a C. So you're passing.
Negative C, I mean.
Right.
So when we went into receivership, what were we? Do you recall?
I do not recall what that was. But it definitely had to go. It had to be below 60.
So that would cause.
Yes.
So, okay, let me rephrase my question. So, what is the impetus for the federal government to start looking at us to determine whether or not we should be in receivership? That's the question.
A FAS score below 60.
Okay, so we're right on the cusp of a 60.
Correct.
And
Right
the federal
outside.
government put us in receivership. They bring somebody from all the way across America, and we have not necessarily improved. I mean, we had a 61. And I'll tell you, based on the discussions that we've had here today, I mean, I don't know how you operate on a day-to-day basis, but I'm just here to say that we do have people here on the ground, HUD, that can do the work. So when we are looking for, we just need to look at the best Virgin Islanders or the best Virgin Islanders in the diaspora to give them these opportunities. We haven't seen any improvement. We still at 61%. We're at 60. You're at 61. 1%? That's, 1% improvement since 20. Is this a score that we receive annually?
It is done annually.
So then I guess another question that I need to ask is, over the past, let's say 5 years, 10 years, have we seen a score higher than 61%?
Yes.
So what then is it, would you say, attributed to us seeing 61%?
A lot of it had to do with the issue of COVID, I would say, and the pandemic. Us not being able to collect rent, that's one of the factors of the scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Us not being able to go into unit to do proper inspections and repairs for 2 years is part of the reduction in the scoring. Finance, not an issue. Our expenditure of the capital fund, some of the projects that we should have been able to implement to help in the physical improvements got stymied between the storm and throughout the COVID.
So during the COVID time, our I don't know what the titles are, but those individuals responsible for going in and doing the inspections were not able to do that.
Correct.
And there was, I'm not sure how, the operations work, but one would believe that because of the storms of 2017, that at some point there needed to be some level of innovation that would have allowed you to have your tenants, everybody got a smartphone, to use videos or whatever the case is so we could get this work going. Because I just see a compounded impact. So not being able to come in and fix my unit, I ain't paying my rent. So that's why we're where we are. So are we seeing now improvement in, since we're back to normal, if you will, so are folks now going in, your folks, are they now going into the units and doing what they're supposed to do and moving forward with getting the repairs done and now seeing an increase in the, I think you said earlier that you see an improvement in the rent collection?
Correct. That is something that, again, as we inspect every single unit at 100% of the units and put certain implementations in place with increasing inspections to make sure that every repair is covered and cited, that is going to improve for the 2023 physical inspection year.
Yeah, we were very creative with making sure that we were able to get visitors here on the ground in the Virgin Islands during COVID. But we didn't really concern ourselves with how our people were living during COVID.
That is correct.
That is a little concerning. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Chairman asked a really great question relative to, the scoring that was received, and you gave a justifiable answer regarding COVID, the pandemic, and the like. I wanted to ask you, does HUD accept adjustments to these FAST score, given that we had this pandemic? Did we actually look at getting an adjustment to the score? Because, of course, as you accurately and justifiably stated was a reality, and they know that we couldn't go in and you couldn't go in and actually make or fix the units. So that's a justifiable reason. So they didn't take that into consideration to adjust the scores, or is there an opportunity to appeal as well?
They did. So what they did was all housing authorities, whatever your FAS score was prior to the pandemic, you maintain that same score because they themselves couldn't send contractors to do inspections as well.
Just one moment. So the FAS score end product that you told us was 61 was from the prior year? Is that what you?
No, it wasn't from a prior year.
So it was
this current 2022.
2022, when we still had restrictions here. They didn't take into consideration that we still had restrictions here in the Virgin Islands?
There were some terms during that COVID where waivers were granted different housing authorities. So we applied for every single waiver we could for every component of scoring. And we were granted those waivers.
So even with those waivers, you still got a score of 61?
Not necessarily, because at the time of the waivers, the same time period was where nobody was scored. Okay. So we got waivers and non-scoring. At 2022 scoring was the first scoring coming off of COVID that adjustments weren't necessarily made. No. There was no special adjustment to the scoring by HUD.
Okay. Thank you. I do have a request through the chair. If you could provide to the chair the FAS scores that you earned for the 2022, and that would be also for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. You also normally get some scores. If you could provide those scores through the chair, because that's all included in the operations and finances of the agency. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leeway.
Thank you, Senator Potter. You're recognized for your point of inquiry. And then we're going to go to Senator Gittins and then to Senator James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief point of inquiry, not related to this question, but I know we were talking about the hurricane season and hurricane repairs that we needed to make. What is the status of the roof repairs to Oswald Harris Court?
Oswald Harris Court, we just received the Phase 1 approval for FEMA hazard mitigation to repair those roofs. Okay. So we're just waiting for the Phase 2 approval. Okay. So right now, design is 100% complete. Okay. And once we get the Phase 2 approval from FEMA, we could solicit.
Begin. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that this is a budget hearing, but I heard some discussion and wanted some clarity. So let's go back to the Williams Elite question. Did I hear correctly that you have a rent-to-own program going on? Something to that effect?
Something to that effect. So, Senator, the
yes?
families. No, I don't want the public to be deceived. It's a family self-sufficiency program. So there are parameters. How that works is not taking your rent and then own a home.
Okay, so the reason for me asking the question is, whatever program it is, I would like you to explain it publicly, and I wanted to know how and when was this program put into place, and were the tenants or residents of Williams Elite made aware that this program is in place?
So, Senator, is basically Just like we stated in the testimony, the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, a portion of their rent can be escrowed to assist with special needs, including homeownership. The residents of Williams Delight, we went through an evaluation of. Go ahead.
That was from when? How and when was this information channeled to the tenants in Williams Delight?
As recently as about a month ago, they were given pamphlets and a special meeting was held.
So 1 month ago from today, and all residents of Williams Delight received that pamphlet that you're talking about?
To my knowledge.
If they're unaware and listening to this broadcast, what number should they dial to get that information?
340-713-2350.
So that's 713-2350, and what's the program called?
Family Self-Sufficiency Program.
Family Self-Sufficiency Program?
That is correct.
Okay, and I also heard the word demolition. What's going on? What's your plans? Remember at that Walter M. Hodge Pavilion ceremony, I stated that we don't want to see any more of our housing properties demolished, knocked down, whatever you want to call it, until we see the rebuild of these housing communities. People need place to rest their heads. We still have people sleeping in cars, believe it or not. We had the Nicasio Nico in Princess demolished. We had Ralph Disha
30 seconds.
In Richmond demolished. Lyndon B. Johnson in Richmond gone. Ludwig Harrigan in Mars Hill gone. What are we doing to replace any of these housing communities before we talk about demolishing anything else in the Virgin Islands? And particularly St. Croix.
So, Senate, on the island of St. Croix, the only demolition that we have is Williams Delight, and that's structurally unsound homes. On the island of St. Thomas is only two high rise. As we continue our redevelopment and repositioning, please understand the construction cost has doubled. A plan that we had for $1 billion is now almost $2 billion. It's something we are struggling with. Our financiers are struggling with. The cost of insurance is out of control. While we may have wanted, we had these redevelopments.
The structurally unsound homes that you're speaking of in Williams Delight, is there anyone residing in these properties at this time?
Yes, there are individuals that are there, and we need $6 million of ARPA funds to continue to repair these homes so that we don't have anyone living in those conditions. We have people living with cracked floors.
My question, and I'll leave it here. So what are we doing to put those individuals someplace else? Do you have vacant units?
We have, once the JFK number comes out of that number of units, we'll have less than 100 units in public housing. We have increased our occupancy to 90%. Another factor in the FAS that will definitely increase our scores.
So we're talking about, again, and I don't want to be too technical, but we're talking about moving people. You're talking about JFK. So that means from Frederickstead all the way to Christiansted. Remember those families that might have young children going to school in Frederickstead, and they have to go to Christiansted. And I think time was called, but I wanted to also let you keep in mind too, Wim Garden, the Pedro homes for the elderly. I wanted to know too, when are we going to return that to what the legislation called or was designated that property to be, the home for the elderly. We have everybody living inside there, except the elderly.
Ms. Pell, you may answer on the chair's time.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator. In regards to the Wilfred Pedro home returning to elderly, there is no, so HUD looks at what's called elderly designation. Unless it's elderly designated, we're not obligated, so to speak, to only house elderly. There has to be a designation by HUD.
I mean, I don't have the legislation in front of me, but based on what the senator is saying, that there is. Are you familiar with the legislation?
I am not.
Yeah, so we probably need to take some time and look at it to make a determination as to what exactly it says to determine whether or not you're in compliance with the law.
Correct.
Okay, so that's something we need to look at. But I want to go back very quickly before we wrap up. I think we have Senator James, and then we're going to wrap up. But William Zilite, did you testify that you have, you are planning on demolishing how many units?
100.
100. And is there a plan to rebuild them?
No, not at this time. Because of the construction costs being so high, what we will be doing is subdividing the lots and selling lots. We find that to be a more feasible way for our residents to have real.
Are you saying that the structure of these homes or units are so bad that you have to, I think if my memory serves me correct, some of them were sinking.
They're sinking. They have cracks from one end of the floor to the next, and some of them are in the flood zone. We had 2 different FEMA maps, did 2 different analysis, and everything on the major gut side on the east side of the site is compromised.
And when do you intend to do this demolish?
As soon as we get the $6 million from the ARPA funds.
So how long was the $6 million promised?
About 2 years now.
And the reason why I'm asking that question is because time is not our friend, right?
Right.
So and we have the VI Slice program. We tout in the VI Slice program. We have an opportunity for individuals to build their homes. By the time you do the demolishing, the VI Slice program will be gone. I mean, we are not aligning things here. So we're not truly giving folks true opportunities. What we do is a brief swell. It sounds good, but we are not giving them true opportunities. So that program should have been going hand in hand. You're doing the demolition. We have the VI Slice program. We are offering these people opportunities to own their own homes. I mean, this is not rocket science.
Yeah. I agree.
Senator Clarion, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Since we're along those lines talking about demolition, LBJ, that falls under Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
No, the
It's
housing finance.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
thank you for that.
Same thing.
Yeah, but
same concept. So by the time they get around to doing that work, we are not going to be able to support these individuals with providing them with resources to help them with their construction. I mean, if we're serious about home ownership and addressing the housing stock issues, we have to look at this comprehensively. And we're looking at it individually because it briefs well and it sounds good. But we are not really looking at it comprehensively to truly, truly help our citizens here in the Virgin Islands. I'm very troubled by that. Senator James, Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. This question was asked before, my apologies, but I saw here in the post audit analysis regarding the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and it says that it has a balance that is undetermined. And it went on to say the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority are currently in discussion to resolve the balance I just need to know how long this has been going on and what is happening right now with the discussion.
Good afternoon, Senator. Last year, the balances did decrease. However, in 2023, these are new balances that we're currently working on. So these are billings from WAPA for fiscal year 2023.
And you said it was a decrease by how much?
For the approximately 3 million, it's current fiscal year expenses that WAPA billed, billings that WAPA billed us. Last year, the majority of what was owed was paid based on a agreement that was made between WAPA and VIHA.
So when it comes to this WAPA issue, is it because there's something where somebody is tapping into the current system? Is it some error on the Water and Power Authority side? Is it the Virgin Islands Housing Authority side? Because when we put this budget together, we try to factor in how much it will cost to run the overall entity, organization, or department. So explain to me here, what's going on?
Based on what you said, it could be all three. I mean, it can be all three. But primarily when
Sounds like you don't want to say anything, because that's why you guys are probably in discussion to resolve it. I just want to make sure as we speak about our balance and we're talking about paying our vendors, because we want to hear at a later time y'all coming to us saying y'all need money. This is the time to talk.
No.
Undetermined.
Yeah, we have.
But anyway.
Okay.
Okay, if you say no, it's no. If you say no, it's no. That's just my question. And I saw here where you have a lot of vacancies for maintenance mechanic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 vacancies for mechanic number 2 and 1 vacancy for maintenance mechanic number 2. What's going on there? So we have an issue with manpower when it comes to having enough individuals to fix our housing in the Virgin Islands under the authority?
Well, it's a understaffing issue that a lot of agencies are going through. So we are understaffed.
1 minute.
We said that in the testimony.
Hold on. I don't want to hear the story about other agencies, because it don't sound like an excuse already.
It's
All
not
I'm
an
asking
excuse.
is what this agency is doing. Do not speak about other agencies, because you're basically saying it's the norm, so just leave us alone. Answer the question. Because maintenance mechanic, we talk about all this housing crisis. We need to make sure that our people of the Virgin Islands, once they're paying their rent, whatever the case may be, that we provide the basic needs for our people. And of course, we can't fix everything. We understand,
30
blah, 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 blah.
seconds.
But basic maintenance need to be there. And with all these vacancies, I find it hard to believe that you want to tell me about other vacancies and this and that. So I just want the other agencies. I just need to know, are people being hired? How many people coming forward? Is there an issue with the pay? Talk to me.
Senator, we are recruiting for individuals for those vacant positions.
Time.
As we discussed earlier in the testimony.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I proceed?
Of course.
With one last question?
Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, so she gave me the recruiting answer. Cool. So my follow-up question before I wrap it up with the maintenance mechanic. Do we have individuals doing a report, taking tabs of all the maintenance issues, if they have a maintenance schedule in place, and how are you guys strategically using the manpower that you have to effectively carry out the mandates when it comes to those of the maintenance mechanic? Answer that question on the chair's time. Thank you. Because we need to start playing games. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, we discussed this earlier in the hearing. There is a company that we have hired to do inspections. They will be doing 100% inspections of all the apartments with the deficiencies, and then we will have our maintenance staff will come in and do the repairs. We increase inspections, our staff, so that those things are identified and the individuals that we need and the manpower that we need can be deployed to do those repairs. I hope I answered your question.
Senator James? Senator James, was your question answered?
Yes, yes. Madam Chair, that I understand the response, but it doesn't answer okay, I understand they have individuals who are going to be hired, a company, whatever, more money paid out. But I want to make sure that with these vacancies that we have a strategic plan in place. And I understand they talk about recruiting, but we have a strategic plan in place to make sure that we have maintenance mechanic number 2. And that's 7 of them, if I'm not mistaken. So that's all I really wanted to hear, not the other stuff, what you're doing in the interim. I want to know what's the strategic plan moving forward. Otherwise, we could just take out the money out of the budget and put someplace else where it matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. I think, though, that we all know that these positions have been vacant. How long, Mrs. Pell?
Roughly about 3 years.
Yeah, so, and you've been advertising for them?
Yes.
How do y'all advertise? Through Indeed?
Indeed, local, newspaper.
Local, how? To the Daily News?
Daily News,
newspaper.
Avis, Department of Labor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean,
website.
We all know that we are challenged with getting with our workforce, and we are unable to get folks to actually work
That
or
is
qualify
true.
for the work, and some
Very
people
true.
don't want to work.
Right.
So that continues to be an issue that we experience. So, while you may do all that you can do to get people on board, that remains a challenge. But to the senator's point, if we find that we are in a situation, it goes back to innovation. I just strongly believe that, if you are unable to move the needle here, then you recognize that it's an issue, and then you hire a company to get the work done. But something got to give, because we keep hearing the same. The last time you guys were here, I got really peeved with your CEO because, there's an appearance of a matter-of-factly, but it could very well be a level of frustration. But still, we have to be innovative. If you're unable to hire folks, then get a company, small businesses. We have a lot of small businesses around here that want work, that you kind of bring them in and give them different buckets to be responsible for. But for us to keep saying the same thing over and over, that is not working. That's our
Senator,
challenge.
that's exactly what we're moving to.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully the next time our good colleague, Senator Blyden, brings you before the Committee on Housing, we would hear, at least in the next 3 months, we would hear some differences because we become very frustrated hearing the same things over and over. And it's just not your department alone or your entity alone. It's just happening throughout the territory, but I think that we got to become innovative. We can't keep saying the same thing. There's a challenge here. We got to fix it there. Do whatever we can do. That's just like the land swap. Explore all the possibilities.
Exactly.
And then, when you're done, you stand. But if you ain't explore all your possibilities, then you can't stand. After, what the guy name, what he's saying? When it's all said and done, when you've done all you can, then you just stand. And we have not done that yet. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hughes Pell, I know you know your job. You have all the experience. Your boss been there a long time. Is about time that we give you a chance to run the agency. But I just want to make one quick suggestion because the contractors them know now they got a little loophole and you're going to see this happening. So I know you know how to do it. So in all the contracts now for the different site conditions, put in a clause there that if, it's a pre-1978, I think was when it's finished with lead base. Assume there's lead-based paint and asbestos and that the contractors are responsible for the abatement. Because that's a big trick now. They're going to get millions. It's going to be the same thing with high school. High school got asbestos lead-based paint. But only all of them place built before 1978. So just put it in. Different site conditions, asbestos lead-based paint. Contractor we assume is there. It's in your bid. Because that's how they're going to make millions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right, that was a point of inquiry, a point of information. All right, colleagues, we've exhausted our conversation with the Housing Authority. Senator DeGraff, you have a point of information. Inquiry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I'm trying to find out housing still at the foot of the hill going into Ross Valley? That's where your office is still?
No, that building was damaged. Our offices are in the Oswald Harris Court community.
And it structurally and everything is okay?
In Oswald Harris Court, yes.
It is? Okay. That's what I wanted through the chair to find out. But they're not in that building anymore.
So do you intend to rebuild in the Tutu area once you do the rebuilding of
Yes.
the high rise?
Yes, there are 3 phases of redevelopment in Tutu.
And that's one of them?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Because we are going to wrap up with... Okay. We're going to wrap up with Housing Authority. So, Mrs. Pell, I'll give you a 30-second close.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators. Just wanted to relay that to our residents of public housing and our Housing Choice Voucher Program, that our team here at VHA is working really hard to improve the conditions that you have been subjected to, which may not have been safe, decent, and sanitary as we would like it ourselves. Our staff prides ourselves in wanting to have the same amenities and the same type of home that would be provided if we were living there. We do have some outliers, but barring that, you will be seeing a considerable improvement in both of those programs as we get ourselves out of substandard scoring by HUD and continue to improve this agency and bring it back to what it used to be.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your testimony and your responses with us here today. And if there are no further questions, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the last agenda item into the record?
Block 3, VI Taxi Commission. Invited testifier, Ms. Vernice Gomes, Executive Director, VI Taxi Cab Commission. This concludes the reading of Block 3 and the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this afternoon, we do have the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission here with us, along with the Secretary of the Board. And we did get a request to have the Chair of the Board sign on with us on Teams. So I need to see. I know the link was sent. I need to see the Chair of the Board.
Oh. Yeah, can you see me now?
No, we can't see you.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Media, can you please assist?
Yes, thank you.
Can you please turn your camera on? There's something occurring.
Yeah, something happening here.
Okay, you're going to have to figure it out because we just learned that the Executive Director is unable to testify, and she asked for the Secretary to read the testimony into the record. And my colleagues and I have decided that the meeting will not proceed if we do not have a representative from the board to assist the Executive Director this afternoon. So we're going to need to make sure that we are able to get your camera working. So we're going to take a quick recess.
I don't know why it's not.
We're going to take a quick recess until you are able to get that done. We're going to ask the folks in media to work with you. If you turn it off, turn it back on.
Yes.
But we need to get this right.
Okay, Senator.
Thank you. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. I did ask the clerk already to read Block 3 into the agenda, correct? Okay, so you did that already. And this afternoon we have before us, could you please put your name and titles on the record?
Vernice Combs, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission.
Myrna S. George, Secretary, Taxi Cab Commission.
And we have a member of the board, the chair of the board. Do we have the chair of the board? Can you hear us? Okay. So, we are not, I've discussed this.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. You seem to have something over your camera. So if you remove it, we would be able to see you.
I did.
Okay, so we can't see you, so.
Okay, let me see. Oh, I don't know why, because it's on.
Okay, so.
Can we just go?
Pardon?
I was asking if I just go ahead and, do the,
No, we do not testify in blanco.
Yeah, okay.
So our
But I don't know
community-
why
So this is it, right?
But can you hear me though?
I can hear you clearly, but this is the situation, and I want to make sure I put this on the record. This committee, we are not satisfied with the Taxi Cab Commission, and we're not satisfied for this reason. So we've worked very diligently with all of our departments and agencies for the past, I think, since February of 2023. We've asked of departments to submit their financials to the post-audit division. We sent notice out on February 27th of 2023 to all agencies to include the Taxi Commission. And the reports were due on May 5th, 2023. We did not receive the information from the Taxi Cab Commission until July 12th, 2023, which is last week, Wednesday, several days prior to when the testimony was due, which did not allow our post-audit division to do their due diligence. We continue to experience challenges with the Taxi Cab Commission, and we are not going to continue to allow the Taxi Cab Commission to disrespect this institution. Therefore, if we cannot get one of the board members to stand instead of the executive director to provide the testimony, or the executive director provide the testimony herself, we are going to adjourn this meeting until such time as the Taxi Cab Commission can get their act together. It is a constant issue with the Taxi Cab Commission, and I am not that chair. I'm just not that chair. So if the camera can't come on, that should have been tested before. And the ask was for the board secretary to provide a testimony. We're not accepting that either. There are other members. Who is the assistant board? Who is the vice chair of this board?
Myrna George, the vice chair is Elizabeth Watley.
And was she notified of this meeting?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Well, colleagues, we are not inclined to move forward. We did not receive the information in a timely fashion from February to July, February, March, April, May, June, July. 5 months. It took the Taxi Cab Commission 5 months to provide this information. 3 days or 2 days before the information, before you come to the Senate hearing. We are not going to continue to allow the disrespect. Furthermore, what we need to get from you before you come back to the legislature, if you are allowed to come back, and we don't do your budget for you, because that's where we are heading, we need to get from you Miss Gums, what you need to provide us is in 2023, your appropriation levels were $1,027,414. We need to get from you what of the $1,027,414 you have generated thus far. Okay? So, I'm having a little brain freeze. So, Ms. Lloyd, as the chair of the board, we need to at least see you. We can't just hear you, or we need another board member to be here.
Yeah, I don't understand because, camera is on.
Yeah. So.
I don't know if something malfunctioned, but the camera has been on.
We can't see you, and we can't hear Miss Gums, so we have a challenge, and we can't get information from you in a timely fashion, and that's just not something I could entertain. So, therefore, we're going to send you home today, and we need to get the information that was just requested. And when we receive that information, we'll determine how we will move forward with the Taxi Cab Commission, moving forward with the 2024 budget, but we need to see what's happening with 2023. Colleagues, any objections? I'm always here to. Okay. The Committee on Budget and Appropriations is hereby adjourned.